Velkommen til Oslo Freedom Forum. Welcome to the Oslo Freedom Forum. We know some of you are passionate rebels, but please follow these rules to help us run the conference smoothly. Please be seated and turn your phone on silent. You do not want to be the person with a ringing cell phone. Trust me. The Oslo Freedom Forum speakers have worked very hard and have traveled great distances to be here with you and present their message. So please be present and on time. If you have a laptop or an iPad, we request that you sit in the back of the theater so that the light from your devices does not disturb those around you. If, for whatever reason, you have to leave the theater, please do not use the center aisle while leaving or returning to your seat. If you need any help, please ask a staff member. The Oslo Freedom Forum staff are wearing white lanyard badges. Thank you very much and enjoy the day's programming.
Good morning and welcome. Welcome back. We've had an exceptional and moving start to the Oslo Freedom Forum yesterday. And today as well, you'll be blown away by the incredible women and men on the stage. I call them heroes. Their lives and stories of resilience and courage are the driving force behind our work at the Human Rights Foundation, and an inspiration to us all, especially those of us who are lucky enough to live in countries that respect human rights and enjoy the rule of law, like Norway. And what a milestone moment. For 15 years, we've been back to Oslo with the world's bravest dissidents. And year after year, we've worked to create a platform that today is beyond borders and beyond limits. The work I witnessed over the year has been incredible and impossible to measure. The Oslo Freedom Forum has sparked ideas, propelled movements, created coalitions, formed partnerships, but most importantly, forged friendships. These are all seeds for lasting change that has the power to transform brutal power with dignity, but also with love. The Oslo Freedom Forum is a community for those who struggle against tyranny, to remind them that they are not alone. And this is what we want to celebrate this year. Because without solidarity, and without standing with the human rights defenders, it is impossible to challenge authoritarianism. And we're also celebrating you, who stood with us over the years, our partners, our supporters, the journalists, the creators, the artists, the technologists, and every single person who joined our coalition. You have helped move the needle in the right direction. There's much more we need to do. As you've heard yesterday, the number of authoritarian regimes is growing year after year. Today, 72% of the world's population live under an authoritarian regime. That's 5.8 billion people. In the past 6 months alone, we've seen a tyrant re-elected in Turkey. Uganda passed one of the harshest anti-LGBTQ laws. Ethnic cleansing continues in Ethiopia's Tigray region. Saudi Arabia continues to persecute citizens for benign tweets, and much more, as you've heard yesterday. And today, on this stage, you'll hear about the plight of Iranians, Cubans, North Koreans, Belarusians, Swazis, Bolivians, and Egyptians. Their stories fuel us to keep working and do more and grow this movement even larger. We must stand with them, and we must ensure the dignity of the billions of people who are living under oppression. And that's what we try to achieve year after year here at the Oslo Freedom Forum. Before I invite our next speaker, I would like to wish you a beautiful rest of the forum, and I hope the energy of the forum stay with you for a long time and pushes you to take action in whatever way you can. And remember, the speaker on the stage today have taken great personal risk to be here, to be with us. And it takes a lot of courage to share their stories on stage. So please be present and be on time. Thank you. I now would like to welcome Erling Rimestad, State Secretary of the Norwegian Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Thank you.
Thank you. Dear all, thank you for the invitation to be here today. I'm very pleased to address you on behalf of the Norwegian government. I would also like to congratulate the Oslo Freedom Forum on its 15th edition this year. The Oslo Freedom Forum has been a venue for sharing experiences, presenting strong personal statements, as well as to inspire and encourage policy change. 75 years ago, countries agreed on the Universal Declaration on Human Rights. It was the first comprehensive agreed statement of inalienable human rights. The declaration has inspired and paved way for more than 70 international and regional human rights treaties. In 1998, 25 years ago, the UN General Assembly adopted the UN Declaration on Human Rights Defenders. UN member states, for the first time, recognized the key role of individual groups acting to promote and protect human rights in the realization of the human rights enshrined in the Universal Declaration. The Declaration represents a paradigm shift. It addressed not just to states, but to everyone, emphasizing that we all have a role in making human rights a reality for all. Both declarations are milestones. Human rights remain relevant today when they are increasingly under pressure. For example, sexual and reproductive rights, health and rights of sexual minorities are under strong pressure in many countries. Likewise, the freedom of speech in a complex digital democratic space, we must protect this right and at the same time work against harassment and hate speech, online and offline. Similarly, the norms we have agreed on decades ago in the UN are challenged, and we must stay firm to uphold the strong rights-based normative framework we have established together. That is one of the reasons it is so important for us to talk to everyone, states and civil society, both bilaterally and in multilateral contexts, but also addressing and talking to those with whom we disagree. We can share our views and concerns, but also respond and engage on human rights issues. Similarly, we make it a priority to have an open dialogue with civil society and human rights defenders. It deepens our understanding of trends and developments in society, including the situation for marginalized groups and communities. And you provide solutions and ideas on how to move forward to inform our dialogue with other governments and our efforts in the United Nations and in other multilateral organizations. At the heart of our policy is a clear conviction how significant human rights are for peace, democracy, and sustainable development for all. I would like to commend the theme of this year's Oslo Freedom Forum, celebrating solidarity. It is a theme that highlights a central strength of this forum to connect human rights activists with each other and with wider circles from business, academia, culture, and politics, to bring so many together around the same conversation on human rights. I would like to mention two previous participants, in particular, Russian dissident Vladimir Kara-Murza, who participated in the Oslo Freedom Forum for the first time in 2015, was sentenced in April to 25 years in prison for exercising the right to freedom of expression, including simply speaking out against war. And Nazanin Masuku, who was killed in his home in January this year, a human rights lawyer from Eswatini. He participated at the 2016 Oslo Freedom Forum. What happened to them show the challenges faced by activists and human rights defenders today. And this is why solidarity matters, to show defenders that you are not alone and that you are not forgotten. I hope the conversations today will further contribute to show you this. Shared solidarity means hope. We need a broad, inclusive, and well-connected human rights movement to stand up for human rights if we are to succeed in realizing the human rights of the Universal Declaration. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
It's actually my first time singing this early in the morning, but my name is Rana Mansour. I'm an Iranian-American singer-songwriter. Most of you probably know that in Iran it's basically a crime for women to sing and for women to do many things, but because I'm a singer and a musician, that really struck a chord with me once I found that out at a very young age, because me personally, I've never actually been to Iran. I was born in America, and when I found out as a young teen that what Iranian women were going through, I decided that I want to sing in Farsi, and dedicate my career to continue to raise awareness about the situation in Iran and how it is for Iranian women, particularly when it comes to the arts. Shervin Hajipur this year won a Grammy for writing the song Baraye, and I decided to translate it to English so that the rest of the world could understand. It's literally composed of the actual tweets of Iranians living inside of Iran. Currently, a famous and beloved rapper by the name of Tumaj Salehi has been in solitary confinement for more than 200 days. And we just hope that the more we talk about what's happening over there, and continue to raise awareness of the extreme injustice of what these people are going through, just to be able to express themselves through basic, very basic human rights. Thank you very much for your time and attention and for having me here. And I'm looking forward to performing the song for you. Thank you. Dancing in the alleys and the streets, for the thrill and the fear of getting caught kissing, for my sister, my brother, and unity, for all the times we tried to change their minds and stale beliefs, for the loss of pride, for poverty, for the dream of just a normal life for you and me, for all the children who are starving for a loaf of bread, for the greed of politics and all the lies they spread, for all the mass polluted air we breathe, for all the litter in the streets and all the dying trees, for all the animals who suffer from elimination, for all the cats and dogs who love us without no conditions, for all the tears that seem to never end, for all the images that keep on turning in our heads, for a simple smile to last a little while, for the future generations fighting for their time, for empty promises of heaven in the afterlife, for all the imprisonment of beautiful minds, for all the babies who were born and for the ones who died, for all the times you told the truth and all the times you lied, for all the speeches that we heard about a million times, for all the shacks and shelters that were sold to make a dime, for just a glimpse of a peaceful life, for the rising of the sun after an endless night, for all the pills we pop just to get some sleep, for all mankind in our country, for all the boys and girls who never knew equality, for woman, for life, liberty. Zan, zindagi, azadi. Woman, life, freedom. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. I also want to thank the courageous Masih Alinejad and wonderful Nazanin Boniadi, all the women of Iran who are fighting. Thank you very much.
Iranians are no longer afraid of prison because Iran itself has become a prison. Those are the words of Khatayun Riahi, the first actress in Iran to remove her compulsory hijab in public, in solidarity with the protests just a few days after the murder in custody of Mahsa Jina Amini, the 22-year-old Kurdish Iranian woman arrested for inappropriate hijab. Khatayun herself was later arrested and charged for flouting the oppressive dress code. Mahsa's fate, of course, was the spark that ignited the revolutionary protests against the Islamic Republic of Iran, a decades-long theocracy that has hijacked a multi-millennial civilization. These protests and their battle cry, woman, life, freedom, have shaken the foundation of a repressive, misogynistic regime and reverberated across the world. While Iran has become accustomed to mass uprisings for the past 44 years, this has been the greatest existential threat the regime has ever faced. And the reciprocal crackdown has been equally brutal. Since last September, there have been more than 520 protesters killed, including women and minors. 7 executed, with many more facing the gallows, more than 20,000 arrested, and thousands of Iranians blinded, gassed, raped, tortured, forcibly disappeared. While I stand before you, my counterparts in Iran, artists, activists, risk their lives and their livelihoods to dare to dissent. It doesn't escape me that their destiny could have easily been mine, which is why I feel so compelled to use my freedoms to demand theirs. To best do so, let me take a step back. My first protest was when I was in my mother's womb. She was 19. And she bravely joined the countless protesters who bravely stood up against the newly forming theocracy in 1979. Tens of thousands of Iranian women also demonstrated against the new government's compulsory hijab ruling. Their cries were met with violence and imprisonment. Too few Iranian men showed solidarity, but that demand for gender equality only grew stronger with time. Ayatollah Khomeini's government, theocracy, executed and imprisoned thousands of Iranians, exiled millions, including my parents. Although we were granted political asylum in London when I was just 3 weeks old, the crises facing the people of my homeland was ingrained in my psyche, and a traumatizing experience with the so-called morality police when I visited Iran at age 12 was a glimpse, just a glimpse into the daily indignities faced by the women and girls of my beloved homeland. The Iran I experienced was a far cry from my mother's Iran. This is my mother at work in 1976, when women were not segregated from men in classrooms, at beaches, on buses, when veiled and unveiled women peacefully coexisted, when we had a thriving national ballet because dance wasn't forbidden, and renowned female pop singers because they weren't banned from singing in public. Iran was a country where women won the right to vote 8 years before the women of Switzerland. So the woman, life, freedom protests are about far more than draconian dress codes. Iranian women are among the very few in the world who have less rights than their grandmothers did 5 decades ago. But for 9 months now, Iranian men and women have united against a gender apartheid regime that hasn't only survived by segregating and oppressing women, but by silencing anyone who doesn't share its intolerant Islamist ideology. Mahsa was young, a woman, a member of an ethnic and religious minority groups. She represented Iran's vibrant diversity, the antithesis of the geriatric male Shia clerics who rule the Islamic Republic. While women's rights triggered the protests, Mahsa's killing galvanized a broad-based pro-democracy uprising. Today, university students, workers' unions, ethnic, religious, sexual, and other minority groups all recognize that the status of women and girls is inextricably bound with the inclusive democracy they all seek. And their unity terrifies a regime that has stayed in power through the policy of divide and oppress. For much of the last 4 decades, Western countries, their policies towards Iran have focused on the symptoms of the Islamic Republic: terrorism, hostage-taking, nuclear proliferation, abetting Vladimir Putin, but not the cause, which is, of course, the regime itself. This is partly because the Islamic Republic has gaslighted, politically gaslighted, Western progressives and feminists by conflating support for Iranian civil society with interventionism. While they support armed militias across the Middle East and Russia's war on Ukraine, they've skillfully co-opted the anti-imperialist narrative, seeking to delegitimize Iranian freedom seekers as Western stooges and deny us our agency. But the recent uprisings have once again revealed the true nature of this regime. When I began my human rights work 15 years ago, well-meaning progressives would often tell me that we must respect the cultural differences of the Islamic Republic. I always objected. Now they're increasingly starting to see that authentic cultural norms don't need to be enforced by violence. Iranians are risking everything precisely because the Islamic Republic's despotic culture is not theirs. Make no mistake, today's liberal Iranian is not the anti-imperialist of yesteryear. None of the protest slogans in the past 9 months have been targeted at the West. They've uniformly been targeted at their own regime. They include death to the dictator, Death to the Islamic Republic. Our enemy is right here. They lie that it's America. Despite unspeakable assaults on their minds, bodies, and souls, schoolgirls have taken to the streets, removing their compulsory hijabs and chanting, "We don't want an Islamic Republic." Of course, this yearning for secularism is a natural backlash to almost half a century of fundamentalist rule. Before he was hanged, Majid Reza Rahnavard, a 23-year-old protester. Actually, before I get to that, I want to share one more thing.
Death to dictator.
Death to the dictator is right. After 4 decades of failed reforms, these protesters know all too well that the only way to gain their freedoms is by calling for an end to their regime. So how can we best help them achieve and overcome the regime's survival strategy of divide and oppress? While autocracies are often united in their domestic and global objectives, democracies are not. Which is why I've been urging international lawmakers and activists to work together and with us to increase the political cost to the Islamic Republic of their oppression and aggression, and tip the balance of power in favor of the Iranian democrats. Today, Iran's embattled protesters can't afford to be disunited. While they face the challenge of their lives, the fight of their lives, the question is, can we, those of us living comfortably in Western democracies, set aside our differences to unite and empower them in their fight for freedom? Our collaboration really is key, because policies that appease the Islamic Republic not only fail the Iranian people, but they fail the people of Ukraine, of Syria, of Venezuela, and beyond. As my fellow democracy activists know all too well, the road to freedom is long and filled with potholes. Hard-won gains are often followed by demoralizing setbacks. Despite the unprecedented victory of kicking the Islamic Republic off the UN Commission on the Status of Women, the UN's highest legislative body on women's rights, just 6 months later, they are now going to be vice president of the General Assembly, and their representative will chair the UN Human Rights Council Social Forum. As long as the United Nations, particularly democracies, legitimizes the Islamic Republic on the world stage, as long as freedoms of champion are divided, while autocrats are united, we are enabling the Islamic Republic and their crimes at home and abroad. I'm going to leave you with one of those crimes. This is young Kian Pirfalak. He had dreams of becoming an inventor. He was the pride and joy of his family. During the protest, his car, the one that he was in with his father, was sprayed with the bullets of Islamic Republic forces. He didn't live to see his 10th birthday. Before he died, he made a video proudly showing off his latest invention. The first line of that video has captured the hearts and imagination of an entire nation. Be name Khodai Rangin Kaman, in the name of the God of rainbows. Kian's innovative and hopeful spirit reminds us that the cruelty and cynicism of the Islamic Republic is alien to an Iranian civilization that under Cyrus the Great codified the first charter on human rights 2,500 years ago. That is the Iran these protesters are seeking to reclaim. For many Iranians, Kian's rainbow is a representation of the intersectional coalition they want. A reminder that in order to defeat tyranny, we have to unite against it. Thank you.
Mr. President.
The Human Rights Foundation just claims that JLo has made millions over the past 2 years performing for some of the world's most notorious dictators.
These are people with crimes against humanity. These are dictators. These are the worst of the worst.
All money's not good money.
The pop sensation on thin ice this morning after allegedly banking $1 million performing for Angolan President Jose Eduardo dos Santos.
Breaking news this afternoon, the proposed takeover of Newcastle is off.
It was not a simple football deal. This was Saudi Arabia buying a football club, and it has a pretty poor record when it comes to human rights.
The Human Rights Foundation called upon Minaj and other artists to withdraw from the concert.
Me and Tiger were supposed to be on our chest this morning headed to Belarus. I think there's more important things than him being on stage and me being on stage, just doing it for the sake of his site.
4 billion people are living under authoritarian rule. It is the largest problem affecting humanity today.
The next talk will be interpreted from the Spanish language. Please raise your hand if you require a headset, and one will be brought to you in your seat.
Please also be mindful that it is channel 1. I know there was some confusion yesterday. It will be channel 1 on the devices. Thank you.
Buenos días. Yo no quería ser periodista. Fue el azar el que me llevó a esta profesión. En realidad, mi gran pasión son los deportes. Y como ven, bueno, ahí estoy más grande, ¿no? Pero desde pequeño mi sueño era ser beisbolista. No tenía talento suficiente para desarrollar una carrera, por lo tanto me dije, bueno, voy a ser comentarista de partidos. Y así entré a la universidad. Pero cuando estaba dentro de la universidad, y como quizás puedan percatarse ahora, el público, las cámaras me atemorizan un tanto y evidentemente tampoco podía ser comentarista deportivo. A la altura del tercer año de la carrera, descubrí el llamado nuevo periodismo. Los Truman Capote, Norman Mailer, Tom Wolfe, y a su vez ellos me llevaron a sus contemporáneos, John Lee Anderson, Caparrós, Guerriero, y ellos fueron los que me dieron un norte, me dieron un camino a seguir. Me propuse emularlos. Pero en mi país, Cuba, existe un solo partido político, por ley, el comunista. Y a su vez ese partido dirige, por ley, todos los periódicos, todas las revistas, todas las emisoras de radio, todos los canales de televisión. Y hacer periodismo fuera de esa sombrilla legal te convierte en un delincuente. Por tanto, en Cuba, esos medios no hacen periodismo, sino propaganda. Tres años después de haberme graduado de la universidad, en 2015, el gobierno cubano permitió que sus ciudadanos se conectaran a Internet por primera vez. No escuchan más, 2015 los cubanos nos conectamos por primera vez a Internet. Y como ese espacio, ese ecosistema virtual no estaba legislado, bueno, pude cumplir mi sueño en un inicio. Unos amigos y yo fundamos la primera revista de periodismo narrativo, independiente, en Cuba. Habían puesto en 33 parques públicos del país, 33 plazas, 33 antenas Wi-Fi, donde una hora de Internet costaba $2 en un país donde el salario mensual era de $30. Prácticamente había que dejar de vestirse y de comer para conectarse a la red. Yo fui el director de la revista durante los primeros 4 años. Mi oficina era en una acera, en la calle, debajo del sol, de la lluvia, debajo de un árbol. Pero así comenzamos a contar las zonas más oscuras que el gobierno había tenido escondidas durante más de 6 décadas. Obviamente se enfadaron y nos fueron encima. Lo primero que hicieron fue bloquear la revista, censurarla. Desde territorio nacional no se podía acceder a la revista. Para ello había que conectarse a través de proxies o de VPNs, si no era imposible. Pero nosotros seguimos contando el país, no nos detuvimos. Y el gobierno dio un paso más allá. Pasó al plano físico. Prisiones domiciliarias, arrestos express, detenciones en calabozos, intervención de la comunicación privada, represalias, amigos y familiares pasaron a ser mi día a día, mi cotidianidad. Les cuento una escena para que no lo vean, si no lo ven, tan frío. Estaba un día en mi casa y tocan a la puerta. Me levanto de la butaca y cuando abro tengo un policía en la puerta de la casa que me entrega una citación policial sin yo haber cometido delito alguno. Tenía que acudir a la citación al día siguiente porque si no iba a la citación estaba cometiendo un delito. No estaba acatando una orden. Al día siguiente me presento en la estación policial y por detrás de mí unos hombres disfrazados de civil me introdujeron a la fuerza en una habitación. Cerraron las persianas. Llegó el miedo a mi cuerpo. Me desnudaron. Me esposaron. Me sacaron de esa habitación y me metieron dentro de un auto. Me obligaron a mirar mis pies sin yo saber hacia dónde se dirigía el auto. Le daban vuelta en U al auto para que vomitara. Me preguntaban si estaba bien. Sentía cómo se reían las burlas, no veía su rostro. Fueron 15 minutos de infierno. No sabía qué iba a pasar. Finalmente llegamos a la sede de la seguridad del Estado, la institución paramilitar que dirige desde la oscuridad Cuba. Allí me llevaron a otra habitación, donde me interrogaron durante horas, donde me amenazaron con la cárcel, con destruir a mi familia. Y luego, después de horas, me liberaron. Pero ahí no terminó todo. Cuando llegué a mi casa, horas después, prendí el televisor y en el noticiero nacional de la televisión cubana estaba yo, mi imagen, mi cuerpo. Me habían grabado de escondidas con esa impunidad, habían editado las imágenes, las habían manipulado para decir que era un agente de la Central de Inteligencia de los Estados Unidos. Otra de las represalias que tomaron contra mí durante todo ese tiempo fue dejarme encerrado en Cuba como una especie de prisión política. No me dejaban tener pasaporte. Sí, no querían que saliera de Cuba justamente para que no hiciera lo que estoy haciendo ahora, ¿no? Contar lo que pasa adentro, fuera. Y es así como nace mi primer libro, La Isla Oculta. No conocía otra realidad y me propuse narrar ese territorio donde yo estaba. Es un retrato de la Cuba más subterránea. Historias de activistas civiles reprimidos por el gobierno, la prostitución, el derrumbe del sistema de salud. Me sumergí en barrios marginales donde los ciudadanos tienen como mucho un techo de madera o de cartón. En fin, toda la realidad que el gobierno oculta y no acepta. Yo no quería aparecer en ese libro. Mi idea era poner una cámara, metafóricamente, de manera ilimitada, indefinida, y que grabara todo lo que pasara por delante de esa cámara mientras yo estaba encerrado en mi país prisión. Pero en el verano del 2021, mi pueblo se cansó del autoritarismo de su gobierno y se lanzó a las calles. Fueron las protestas más grandes de la historia reciente del país, que dejaron un lamentable saldo de 1.700 presos políticos, alrededor de 1.700 presos políticos, 1.700 personas que solo salieron a la calle a expresarse, entre ellas alrededor de 50 menores de edad. No están escuchando mal, 50 menores de edad. Hoy todavía hay cerca de 1.000 ciudadanos encerrados en cárceles de máxima seguridad, condenados apenas entre 1 año y 30 de privación de libertad por salir a la calle a expresarse, a exigir un cambio en el rumbo del país. Yo fui uno de los pocos periodistas que dentro de Cuba, estando allí, cubrió esas protestas. La mayoría de mis colegas ya había tenido que salir al exilio. El régimen se cansó de mí y me expulsó. Me llamaron por teléfono de un número privado y me dijeron que finalmente me iban a dar mi pasaporte, pero con una condición. Tenía que salir de inmediato del país, si no iba a la cárcel. De esa manera, a mis 33 años, sin conocer otra realidad, sin haber visto nunca otra cosa que Cuba, aterricé en Barcelona. El capitalismo en Occidente, en el mundo. Nunca me había montado en un metro, ni siquiera tenía cuenta bancaria. Mi sensación fue la de volver a nacer. Todo me sabía lejano. Era como haber aterrizado en Saturno, otra galaxia. A mi libro le añadí un capítulo y aparecí en el libro, un epílogo. En una parte digo: salir de Cuba por primera vez es comprobar que se vivió en una isla secuestrada por un sistema político que ha provocado que aún el país esté en algún punto del siglo XX. Como les decía, hoy vivo en Barcelona, pero no puedo regresar a mi país. Un país que para mucha gente sigue siendo un ejemplo. Un gobierno legítimo que le ha dado igualdad, educación, salud a sus ciudadanos, que ha eliminado el racismo, que gobierna de manera democrática. Cuando lo han escuchado, es todo lo contrario. Cuba ni es una sociedad envidiable, ni es una democracia ejemplar. Es todo lo contrario. Cuba es una dictadura que lo único que ha hecho durante las últimas 6 décadas es socavar el espíritu de mi pueblo. Mi historia es la historia de muchos cubanos. Muchos están aquí hoy, los conocen. Entonces les quiero pedir un favor, por mí, por ellos, por los que están en Cuba. Ayúdenme, ayúdennos a denunciar los atropellos de ese régimen oprobioso que lo único que ha hecho es expulsar de su país a todos los que hemos tenido el coraje de denunciar su autoritarismo. Muchas gracias.
Should we go? Good morning. Osvaldo Payá was one of the most prominent Cuban pro-democracy dissidents in the last 30 years. And he died in 2012 under extremely suspicious circumstances in Cuba, which is ruled by the last remaining Cold War-era military dictatorship in the Western Hemisphere. After knowing what happened with Osvaldo, we quickly understood the significance of his case. We had the pleasure of meeting with Rosa Maria Payá, his daughter, of course, back in 2013. And after speaking with Rosa and learning a bit more about what had happened with Osvaldo in Cuba, on the ground, we were quite surprised to learn that back then, most major human rights organizations had basically ignored what happened to Osvaldo, which we now know was a political assassination. Therefore, HRF decided to draft and publish a comprehensive legal report to uncover the truth on Osvaldo's murder.
That's right. And I cannot emphasize enough mine and my family's gratitude for HRF, because HRF was the first and only international human rights organization that took the case in. Your legal team, you, Roberto, Javier, with store encouragement and support, you wrote the first independent international report stating the facts about the attack against my father and Harold. And now, after more than 10 years of fighting, after more than 10 years of persecution, of hate, of lies propagated by the Cuban regime to try to hide its crime, just 2 days ago, the Inter-American Commission of Human Rights, which is the most important human rights multinational body in our continent, has released its verdict, holding the Cuban regime responsible for the murder of my father, Osvaldo Payá, and my friend, Harold Cepero. This time, Fidel and Raúl Castro did not get away with murder. And it is crucial that the democracies of the world, including Norway, join this condemnation of the Inter-American Commission and act to hold the Cuban regime responsible for this murder and for the past and present crimes that they are committing on the island. Because we know we have suffered this. Silence is impunity. And along these lines, I have another exciting news to share with you. This is not public yet. Nobody knows, not even my family, because after years of advocating in front of the United States Congress, we were just notified that a few hours ago, the United States Senate unanimously passed a bill to rename the street in front of the Cuban dictatorship embassy in Washington, D.C. after my father. Yeah. His murderers will have to say his name. It will be Oswaldo Payá Way. It will be Oswaldo Payá Way, and nothing will bring back my father or my friend. But their legacy lives on. It lives in each one of you freedom fighters. It lives in our movement, Cuba Decide. It lives in the fight of the Cuban people for freedom, in the hundreds of thousands of Cubans that have taken into the streets demanding freedom, making with their hands the sign of liberation that my father started 30 years ago and that have become the sign of liberty for all Cubans. As he said, as my father taught us, this time the night will not be eternal. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
What's become very clear over the last decade is that financial freedom is intimately related to political freedom. Unfortunately, one of the first things that dictators do when they don't like you is they turn off your banking access.
Financial freedom for me means not being sanctioned for using your own money, not having your money confiscated from you because you have different political opinions.
The reality is, for every single activist on this stage, money is a problem for them. Their governments use money as a weapon against them.
Back in 2001 in Argentina, the government was in really big trouble economically, and so they decided to freeze everyone's accounts. No one should be able to freeze people's money.
I want freedom for my people. And I think the only way for us to restore that is to be able to have our economies back in our control.
In the fall of 2013, some Ukrainians reached out to us and they said, we're doing a fundraiser. They were mobilizing what would later become Maidan Square. And they said, we need funds for our protest movement. But they said, there's a catch, our bank accounts don't work. Could you do a Bitcoin fundraiser for us? So we tried to say, okay, we'll be open-minded about this. And to our surprise, it worked. We were able to send the value to them and the government was not able to stop it.
I grew up in a society that access to education and opportunity was restricted for women and their finances controlled by men. And I think that Bitcoin for us is a tool that allow us to bypass the physical and social barriers.
We decided to get involved, and we now have something called the Bitcoin Development Fund. Over the last 2.5 years, we've distributed to enterprising developers, to conferences, to educational initiatives, to translation projects, to help activists and dissidents achieve more financial freedom and more financial security that the governments can't exploit. Hey, everyone.
Very excited to see you again. Thank you for being here. It's such a magical moment that we shared together. Again, the speakers this morning, the rest of the day. our hearts go out to them, and we'll do whatever we can to support them. I'm here to inform you about what's actually going to happen tomorrow. Tomorrow we're going to do something we've never done before. We're going to go to a new venue. It's actually called SALT, and it's a beautiful kind of festival atmosphere down by the fjord. It's a 15 to 20 minute walk from here. We're also going to have shuttles. We're going to be leaving here around 10:30. Things start down there at 11. There's going to be, it's going to be 90 degrees Fahrenheit, 30 degrees Celsius. It's going to be a time for you to bring your bathing suit. I'm not kidding. We're going to go swimming. We have floating saunas. We're going to have music from Rami Assam and Manasa. We're going to have drinks, beers, good vibes. We're going to have workshops. We're going to have interactive experiences for you to learn how to, for example, overcome your fears. With Kristen, who you heard from yesterday. We're going to have VR experiences with Abraham, who you just heard from, and so many others. We're going to have art expos. We're going to have even a session on how ESG is actually something that's sort of anti-freedom, and you're going to hear from activists about how we need to change the financial world in that aspect. And then, of course, you're also gonna see the financial freedom track, which is kind of the embodiment of the video that you just saw. We're gonna be hanging out in Ardna, but as you see, there's gonna be like 4 or 5 other things happening at the same time. So you can kind of pick and choose what you want to do. So we're really excited about that. Again, getting there is pretty simple. You're either going to be able to walk along that pink line down to SALT, right on the water. It's basically like right next to the beautiful Opera House. And it really should be a stunning day. We're going to have a lot of fun, or you can take the shuttles. The last thing I'll say is that, we keep adding these new experiences right to the event. And tomorrow morning, there's something that I would invite you to come on if you wish. If any of you like jogging or running, we're going to do a group community jog. It'll be very chill, very slow, with a dear friend of ours named Gilbert Tuhabonye. Who's a genocide survivor from Burundi. He spoke at the 2010 Oslo Freedom Forum. And Gilbert now, basically his story is pretty incredible. He was stuffed in a church and they tried to kill him during the genocide. He broke out of a window and then ran. And then he just became a runner. He found meaning in this. And he became like an Olympic level runner. And today in Austin, Texas, he runs Gilbert's Gazelles. So he's a professional running coach and runner, and he's going to run with us, and we're going to run to a beautiful park, and we're going to sit down, and he's going to give a little talk for us. I think it's going to be a really special experience. So if you want to come tomorrow morning, we're going to leave from the front of the Grand Hotel at 8 a.m., and then all of us are going to join and come together at SALT later in the day. I can't wait to see you there. Thank you very much.
Good morning. In the late evening of January the 21st this year, my principal in articles of clerkship, who turned to be a brother, a longtime mentor, a colleague, and a partner in my law firm, Tulane Masego, was gunned down in his home in front of his wife and children. It was a cruel scene. I still cannot get out of my head hearing Mrs. Masego tell me he is cold. She then described an assassination executed by a skilled assassin. I stood there in shock and in fear. here was tangible evidence that the state had executed somebody they viewed as a threat. And they did this in the comfort of his home. And there I was, standing in my own living room with my own family. I found myself saying the prayer that if this must happen to us, I pray that it happens away from the eyes of our families. I was caught there, wondering who's next. You see, there's talk of an assassination list for the pro-democracy movement, which is contracted to South African mercenaries. The safety concerns faced by the Masego that frightful evening is unlike safety concerns I had when I was growing up in my childhood home. I grew up in a then upper middle class neighborhood from a professional family. I'm one of 6 children, 3 boys and 3 girls. Our home was a home without violence. But that changed for us when my father took up membership and then leadership of the largest banned political party calling for democracy and challenging the feudal system of absolute monarchy. What we knew as normal life changed. And in 1990, my father was imprisoned on Trump charges of high treason. Fortunately, my father had access to lawyers, and he was acquitted. And when my father came home, we believed we would be safe again. Life would go back to what we knew as normal. But little did we know that from then, whenever there were protests in my country, whenever there was labor activity or political dissent, our home would be raided. The army, the police would come in trucks. They would jump over the gates without warrant. We would be confined to the living room as they searched our home from the early hours of the morning until mid-morning. My father would then be confined to house arrest or be taken away. This was terrifying, not only to us, but to the entire neighborhood. This went on for years. You see, my family and I know all too well how it feels to stand against the state alone. I, for one, know how it feels to be denied opportunities and be marginalized simply because of my father's dissidence. But in all though, we were still much fortunate compared to most ordinary families in Swaziland. They do not have access to legal representation. When my father was arrested again in 2009 on charges under the Suppression of Terrorism Act, it was my now late friend Tulani Masego who represented him. You see, access to legal representation is very vital. Because in my country, the judiciary, like every absolute monarch, is under the hand and thumb of the absolute monarch. He appoints and dismisses judges as he pleases. He is immune to the law. In fact, when you try to think about the king I'm talking about, think more Henry VIII, not Queen Elizabeth or Charles III. We literally live at his whim. Imagine, if you may, what happened to us in 2018. We went to bed in our country knowing it, like you, to be Swaziland. We woke up the next morning, the country's name had changed to Eswatini. We found out just like you found out. This was done without consultation. There's only one man who dared to challenge this blatant abuse of power. He took the king to court. That's the unthinkable. That person is Tulani Masego. In 2021, When a university student, Thabang Ngomoni, died in police custody, people first went to the streets to demand justice for Thabang. But because of the many factors in my country, these quickly then became demands for multi-party democracy. They were peaceful protests. But these peaceful protests were met with tear gas, beatings, live bullets, and arrests. I brought together a small group of attorneys to respond to this unlawful arrest. We represented people who come from a majority poor and marginalized communities. These people face charges under the Public Order Act or the Suppression of Terrorism Act. You see, the Suppression of Terrorism Act is a piece of legislation that the state uses against most people in the pro-democracy movement. And us, the lawyers who give representation to these people, are then accused of promoting terrorism. And for that, we get intimidated by the state and sometimes judicial officers. For our trouble, one of my colleagues survived an assassination attack. And Thulani Masego, as you know, he did not. And as for me, walking around this couple of days in Oslo has really been the first time I walk around freely without worrying and thinking about the presence of the Royal Eswatini police following and shadowing me around, driving in white, unmarked South African registered cars. You know, I miss them. I wonder what they're doing. You know, the violent repression has not stopped. Thulani was part of this group, and he took leadership of strategic litigation. We challenged the shutdown of the internet. We challenged the presence of the military in schools. We challenged the arrest of minors. What is happening in my country could have simply been avoided, because there are parallel waves now of attacks on authorities or the pro-democracy movement. And this all could have simply been avoided had the king decided to listen to these peaceful protests and demands from the people. Not unlike that 18th century French monarch. We're a small country that's been calling and crying for intervention. But our pleas become background noise amidst game played by powerful nations. An example of this is, just the day after Thulani had been assassinated, we saw Russia's foreign minister visit our country to offer security assistance to the absolute monarch's government. And quickly we saw diplomats changing posture. Now they don't want to push too hard on the monarch to move from repression, and then concentrate on dialogue. They're shying away. South Africa, the democracy, big economy, our neighbor, they also fall here. They're not doing anything about this. They have the power and the influence, but they're simply not doing. And then we have a champion of democracy in Taiwan. But Taiwan is friendly with our absolute monarch. This is because we remain the last African nation to maintain relations with Taiwan, I'm sure to the pleasure of the West and displeasure of Beijing. In 2014, when Thulani was arrested and imprisoned, we saw the free world stand up and call out the monarch. And for doing that, Thulani was released from prison. your interventions really helped. And although the world has changed, we believe you can do the same today still. Just before I left my country, my colleagues and I were in the process of supporting over 300 families of victims of the repression. These are families that lost loved ones, a limb, or suffered traumatic experiences. They are being intimidated from continuing with the lawsuits against the state. Now, we are setting up the Swaziland Litigation Center to provide support to such cases and many more. Now, if you are in the legal profession or a legal student, we are inviting you to support our work. Be part of the work that we're doing supporting such cases. If you are in tech, IT, help us develop systems that will help us keep our documents more securely so that they're not lost when they are taken from us. If you're in academia, we're calling upon you to help us build a research repository for the human rights jurisprudence in Swaziland. And as for the public, we are calling upon you to call for justice for Thulani. We are calling upon you to urge your governments to call out our monarch when it stages sham elections later this year. We're calling upon you to urge your government to place targeted sanctions on the absolute monarch and members of the government. Now, as Swazis were resolute that we cannot continue to live at the whims of an absolute monarch. And as Thulani said when he stood on this very stage in 2016, we shall not surrender. I beg upon you to make his vote and his voice matter. Thank you.
Breaking news from the Kingdom of Eswatini.
Prominent human rights lawyer and activist gunned down in his home while watching television with his family. Thulani Maseko was an outspoken government critic, and he was at the helm of a group of political parties and civic organizations calling for democracy in the kingdom.
The killing took place just hours after Eswatini's king publicly sanctioned in a speech the killing of political opponents.
Eswatini has lost a powerful voice for nonviolence and respect for human rights, as Maseko spent his life fighting for human rights using nonviolent means.
Thulani Maseko grew up in a small country of Swaziland in the shadow of South Africa. He witnessed South Africa's peaceful, negotiated transition from apartheid, and he witnessed Nelson Mandela going from political prisoner to president in the country's first democratic elections. These historic events left a profound impression on Thulani and shaped his vision and determination for the transformation of his own country.
King Mswati III is Africa's last remaining absolute monarch and has ruled the country for over 30 years. His opponents say he enjoys a lavish lifestyle while the majority of his people live in poverty.
The king appoints the prime minister and the cabinet, and through them controls government and legislature. He appoints and dismisses judges. He owns the media and telecoms. He is immune to the law, and if people suffer from his actions, they are unable to obtain justice.
In the face of so many injustices, Thulani maintained a steadfast belief in using the law as a shield to defend the rights of ordinary citizens and challenge repressive laws. He was imprisoned twice, first in 2009 for comments about the absence of democracy, and then in 2014. HRF campaigned for Maseko's release and published op-eds in The Atlantic and Time magazine calling out Grammy Award-winning singer Erykah Badu for performing at a birthday party for the king while Maseko was jailed in leg irons. The resulting media coverage brought Swaziland's dictatorship into the spotlight of global pop culture. In 2014, HRF invited Thulani's wife Tanele to the Oslo Freedom Forum, where she read a letter Thulani had written in jail. After Thulani successfully appealed his conviction, he finally spoke himself at the 2016 Oslo Freedom Forum. Unbowed by prison, Thulani took the dictator king to court for changing the name of the country overnight from Swaziland to Eswatini. In 2021, as the monarchy unleashed a crackdown to suppress pro-democracy protests and as a political crisis spiraled into violence, Thulani rallied civil society and political parties to push for an internationally mediated dialogue. He became the chief proponent of non-violence while embodying the determination of Swazi people to not rest until multi-party democracy is achieved.
We can never stop the campaign for democracy, humanized democracy, and rule of law in this country. It is the one thing that we can't afford to give up on.
HRF holds King Mswati III's regime responsible for Thulani's murder. The Thulani Maseko Human Rights Lawyer Prize will honor brave human rights lawyers from around the world who are risking their lives to defend the rule of law and democracy under authoritarian regimes.
Thank you. I feel so honored and deeply humbled to be part of this initiative, especially after a tragedy like this. My friend, Thulani Maseko, was a revered and respected member of our global community. Many of us were lucky to know him. He was a hero. Personally, I last spoke with Thulani just a few weeks before his murder. His death was as devastating and as unexpected as that of Jamal Khashoggi. Like Jamal, Thulani was a moderate critic of the monarchy. He actually believed that the absolute monarchy as an institution was redeemable through reforms. This cruel violence against moderate critics must stop. People always ask me, how do you move forward from such a terrible loss? It's not easy. You channel your frustration, your anger, and your rage in continuing the work. You double down to make sure that heroes such as Thulani or Jamal did not die in vain. This prize helps us do that. It establishes Thulani as the gold standard among human rights lawyers around the world. It will fuel the work of human rights lawyers in Swaziland and beyond. I have a thought for Thulani's widow, Mrs. Tanele Maseko. This extraordinary woman has been bearing the unbearable with exceptional grace, dignity, and courage. I believe she's a model for all of us, and we can all be inspired by her strength. And this is also why this prize is so important. It is our message to murderous dictators: you will never silence us.
Thank you so much, Mohammed. But I would honestly like to thank this forum for availing us the space to speak freely. But on the 21st of January, I had to pick up the pieces of my husband's brain and his skull. But that case as it may be, I am clear that as the Thulani Rudolph Maseko Foundation, we will not be intimidated. We will fight, we shall never surrender. And as you colleagues in the Oslo Freedom Forum, I urge you, as you did in 2014, Please continue his legacy. Please continue calling out to these dictators. And I'm sure with this prize, we'll be able to achieve a free democracy for Swaziland and a free world for all. Colleagues, I thank you for your continued support. And as we rally behind all of you, I thank you so much. And aluta continua. We shall never surrender. I'm a journalist. My job is to tell stories. But some stories became too personal. Paulina was 2 when her father and my friend Igor Vosik was arrested in Belarus. He was sentenced to 15 years in prison for being a talented journalist and a blogger. Paulina's mother, Daria, was also arrested, receiving a 2-year sentence for giving an interview and fighting for her husband. The innocent child does not know what prison is. She doesn't understand why her parents were taken away. This story is not unique. Since 2020, dictator Alexander Lukashenko has turned my country into a giant prison where he keeps the best minds. Nobel laureate Ales Beliatsky, Olympic athletes, musicians, doctors, scientists, lawyers, journalists. As another dear friend of mine, Katerina Andreeva. This is her face. I too could have been jailed. I'm a journalist, but for the regime in Belarus, I'm a very dangerous criminal. They even placed me on the wanted list to make me a target. They say that I attempted to seize power. Attempted to seize power? I haven't even started yet. I dream of coming back home, but back at home, I faced 12 years in jail. You might remember the beautiful pictures of mass protests in Belarus. There was so much hope. We felt like the entire country stood up against the dictator. But this fight is often idealized. These pictures have a dark and painful side. So here is the tragic story of the Belarusian Revolution. I witnessed my friends' backs and legs turning dark blue after the police beat them. I stood outside the prison and heard the loud smash that was the sound of police batons striking prisoners' bodies. Followed by their screams, it continued throughout the entire night. Police batons became a tool of torture. With them, security forces raped detainees and then laughed at people when they were bleeding. Prisons became torture chambers full of stories of horror and pain. Political prisoners speak about overcrowded cells where they have to sleep on the floor even in winter. As an act of revenge, prison guards pour bleach on the same floor to make people suffocate and damage their eyes and lungs.
They mark political prisoners with yellow tags as extremists to forbid others from communicating with them. The regime is conducting a very dangerous segregation experiment, forgetting the devastating lessons of our European past. We have no time. Journalist Ksenia Lutskina has a brain tumor, but she's forced to work in jail for 1 or 2 euros per month. This is modern-day slavery. My friend Igor Wosik slit his wrists to protest against inhumane conditions. Last month, blogger Mikolai Klimovich died in prison. He posted a cartoon of Lukashenko. This is why he was arrested. A human being will never see freedom again. These stories are not unique either. Since 2020, at least 60,000 people have gone through prison in Belarus. Belarusians have already paid a high price for their fight for freedom. Police killed peaceful citizens on the streets, maimed them with flash grenades, beat protesters to death. No policeman has ever been punished. The innocent were given sentences. The guilty were given medals. The dictator did not face a strong response from the world. Impunity encouraged him to commit other crimes. He hijacked a civilian airplane to arrest a blogger. He orchestrated the migration crisis to blackmail Europe. Last year, Russian missiles attacked the Ukrainian city of Nizhyn, where I used to spend summers as a child in my grandparents' house. Russians launched these attacks from the territory of Belarus. Lukashenko invited the Russian army in, despite the will of most Belarusians. Now, Russia is deploying nuclear weapons in my country. This is creeping annexation. Lukashenko is gambling our sovereignty in exchange for Putin's support. You see, the regime in Belarus was never merely our internal problem. The path from human rights violations to war proved to be very short. Without Lukashenko's help, it would be hard for the Kremlin to invade Ukraine. This is why the world cannot turn a blind eye on Lukashenko's actions. We must stop Lukashenko. Yes, destroying the oppressive system is very hard. It's been built for 30 years, but Belarusians have also been protesting for the past 3 decades. So let me take you on my personal journey for freedom. I was only 5 when Lukashenko was elected. He immediately took control over the media, parliament, and courts. People went out onto the streets. A brutal response followed. When I was 11, Lukashenko resorted to political murders. Journalist Dmitry Zavadsky, former Interior Minister Yuri Zakharenko, and other prominent figures were abducted. Their bodies were never found. Despite these atrocities, Lukashenko was still accepted on the international stage. When I was 14, the regime shut down my high school because we spoke Belarusian, not Russian. We teenagers protested and were arrested by the police. Together with our prominent professors, we launched our own underground school. You see, in Belarus, we have a history of underground resistance. Lukashenko has never been able to suppress people's will, and he never will. So here is the story of bravery and resilience. The regime bans independent media, but people print their own self-made newspapers and spread them across the country. My hope is in partisans who stopped the movement of Russian troops in Belarus and destroyed the Russian surveillance plane. These people are now risking the death penalty. My hope is in brave Belarusians who are fighting and dying in Ukraine on the front line right now. My hope is in amazing people who monitor every movement of Russian troops on Belarusian soil, and they report it back to the Ukrainians. We have our own alternative surveillance system in Belarus. My hope is in those who safeguard our national identity, despite Lukashenko and Putin are trying to dismantle it. We are now facing not 1, but 2 dictators. Belarusians have not given up. This is why I'm asking you to not give up on Belarus. Of course, destroying such regimes seems a very challenging task, but all such regimes seem strong and monolithic before they actually collapse. I don't have a textbook of how to successfully topple a dictator, but I think there are 3 things that we need to do. It is pressure, justice, and solidarity. Governments should make free Belarus their priority. Some of the countries present here still deal with Lukashenko. This must be stopped. Do not trade with him. Do not support him financially or economically. This is like a virus. You have to isolate it and kill it. So impose more effective pressure on the regime in Belarus. We need justice to fight against impunity. It will also help reconciliation. So we must launch a tribunal for Lukashenko and his circle. Why? Because Lukashenko's defeat in our democracy is the strongest sanction for Putin. This will also help Ukraine win. Our independence is now under threat. For me, it's the difference between being able to come back to my country and never seeing it again. But pressure alone is not enough. I mentioned 2 things. What have I forgotten? What have I not said? Solidarity. We need solidarity. We need all of you. I want you to befriend a political prisoner. Write them open letters. Send postcards. Keep them in focus. Your solidarity can help release Paulina's parents. Optimism can be naive, but hope requires action. May I ask you for a favor? I would like you to reach out under your seats right now. You will find a piece of paper there. These are the portraits of political prisoners. I want you to hold them up in solidarity with everyone deprived of their freedom in Belarus. I want you to become their voice. I want you to stand with Belarus. Long live Belarus, живе Belarus, слава Україні. Thank you. Thank you.
Hello. So, how's your Freedom Forum going? What? So, this is my show and tell. Her name is Jana Edelbaum. And I want to tell you a little bit. One of the things that we have at the Human Rights Foundation, one of our programs is HRF Studios, and we make documentaries. And we seek to make documentaries at the highest level to reach the widest audience possible. So, for instance, we produced a documentary called The Dissident, about the murder of Jamal Khashoggi. And the film was at Sundance. It was one of the most highest reviewed films. It created actually a conflict where the Saudis were paying trolls to lower our Rotten Tomatoes rating. And then there was an article in the Washington Post, and Rotten Tomatoes had to figure out, oh my God, they've been trying to fight the algorithm. And then they restored the, amazing scores. The film became the top-selling film on premium VOD in documentary history. It was not purchased by Amazon or Netflix, in great part because both of those entities made huge deals with Saudi Arabia to not carry the film. In the case of Netflix, they made a deal between $50 and $80 million and negotiated while our film was being considered. We got calls from the Netflix salespeople, we're buying this film. We got calls from the Amazon people, we're buying this film. And then the next day, off the record, we can't really tell you, but the policy office in Seattle said we can't buy your film. Lo and behold,
Jeffrey Bezos made a deal with Saudi Arabia for home distribution through something called Souk.com. In the case of Netflix, they made a $50 to $80 million deal for production, which basically means Netflix keeps the money to produce something in a country that does not have a film industry whatsoever. So nonetheless, we will continue telling the truth, regardless of the consequences. And we also produced the sequel to Icarus. You may remember Icarus, about Russian doping at the Olympics, a film that won the Oscar for Netflix. And yet, the sequel, they will not carry. Netflix will not carry the sequel to the most successful documentary ever in Netflix's history, seen by so many different people who stream it. And so that film has only been seen at Telluride, but you may get an opportunity to see it tonight. We were going to show a different film, Beyond Utopia. And just as Jana and I leave the stage, you will get a chance to watch the trailer for Utopia, and then we're going to have one of the protagonists in the film come and talk to you about North Korea. Tell us why we cannot show the film, that we were going to show the film, and there's a reason, a very good reason why.
So whilst we are very sad that we can't share the film with you this evening, the good news is that it was just purchased by the Norwegian broadcaster, the main broadcaster here, and will be available in Norway at the Bergen Film Festival in October.
But you don't have to come back to Norway to watch it.
Because the movie will also be available in multiple theaters and stations around the world, including the United States, come this October.
And HRF is one of the production entities with Jana. Now, before Jana and I leave, I need to announce something that is a little odd. For the first time in Norwegian history, and this is in line with the air raid and other such emergency services, there is going to be a nationwide, for the first time ever, cell phone alert. And even if your cell phone is on silent, your cell phone will ring, and it will make a horrible noise. And we don't really want the next speaker, because we are not going to interrupt this, because this train has left the station, and we are going to continue, and then we're going to take a break. But the next speaker, during his speech, it is quite possible that this alert will go on. And you don't want to be the person in the audience who has this. So take a moment, please, and put your phone in airplane mode or turn it off.
Not off, airplane mode only.
No, airplane mode or off. If it's in silent, it's going to ring. So this is the moment where you actually pull it out. Some of you have started doing it. You over there did not do it, and I know you have a cell phone. So it's just for about a 20-minute period. The period will be 11:45 to 12:05. It may happen at any point in that period. We may hear it in the distance, in which case the speaker is just going to pause for a moment, and then they will continue. So we cannot opt out of that. So thank you very much, and this is the trailer for Beyond Utopia.
Thank you.
Imagine waking up one day and realizing that you are born on a completely different planet, and everything you learned was a lie, and the heroes you worship were actually monstrous villains.
The regime told us we are living in utopia, but we are captured in a huge virtual prison.
In North Korea, there's no freedom of thought, there's no freedom of press.
Sometimes people will die through torture and there's no recourse.
우리 저기 북쪽에서 넘어온 아이 엄마가 지금 여기 와 있어요. 너무 매우 많이 아팠어요.
네, 목사님. 예. 그 산맥에서 지금 사람 가슴 지금 나왔는데요.
뭐 무슨 얘기 가슴 아픈데 알아듣는데 구출하도록 하고.
정말 감사합니다.
지금 이 사람도 국경에서 지금 다른 안전지대로 와야 되는데.
제가 어떻게든 제가 어미가 돼가지고
버리고 싶어서 버린 것도 아니고, 그리고 대다수 탈북자들이 지금 생계를 위해서
The next talk will be interpreted from the Korean language. Please raise your hand if you require a headset, and one will be brought to you in your seat.
북한 정부는 올해만 10여 차례의 미사일을 도발했습니다. 북한 정권이 핵 권력을 유지하기 위해서 핵과 미사일 시험에 집착하는 동안 2,500만 북한 주민들은 의식주조차 보장받지 못하고 있습니다. 저도 그 배고픔을 압니다. 저는 1965년 남한에서 태어났습니다. 그 시절 대한민국은 국민 1인당 GDP가 150불에 불과한 가난한 나라였습니다. 그 가난한 나라에 가장 가난한 가정의 7남매 중 장남으로 태어났습니다. 생계를 위해 중학교 때부터 어선을 타고 바다에 나갔습니다. 하나님을 만난 후 2000년 1월 4일 중국의 북한 지역으로 선교를 떠났습니다. 두만강 인근 지역을 둘러보던 중 영양실조로 뼈만 앙상한 북한 아이들이 저에게 말을 걸어왔습니다. 선생님, 같은 민족끼리 같이 좀 삽시다. 만감이 교차했습니다. 그때까지 저는 북한 사람들이 저와 다르다고 배웠습니다. 그런데 그곳에는 저와 다를 바 없는 형제 자매들이 저를 바라보고 있었습니다. 무엇이 이 조그만 아이들을 저 물살이 빠른 죽음의 강을 건너게 했을까? 그 아이들을 향한 마음의 눈물이 쏟아진 저는 그날 하나님께 이 민족을 위해 나의 삶을 드리겠다는 기도를 했습니다. 저의 기도에 응답을 하듯이 제 삶에 큰 선물이 찾아왔습니다. 그 무렵 북한을 탈출한 여성이 제가 섬기던 중국 교회로 숨어 들어왔습니다. 그 당시 키가 작고 배가 나온 저의 모습을 본 그 여성은 제가 김정일 장군님 닮았다며 첫눈에 반해 고백합니다. 북한에서 김정일을 닮았다는 것은 최고의 칭찬이라고 합니다. 그것을 계기로 우리는 가까워졌고 미래를 약속합니다. 당시에는 탈북민들도 많지 않았고 한국으로 탈출하는 루트도 없었습니다. 저는 사랑하는 사람을 위해 무사히 한국으로 데려올 방법을 찾기 위해서 몽골 사막으로, 동남아 밀림으로, 배를 통한 밀항을 구출할 방법 등을 알아봅니다. 결국 하나님의 은혜로 그녀는 비행기를 통해 남해안에 무사히 데려왔습니다. 그때 알아본 루트들은 지금까지 탈북자 구출에 이용되고 있습니다. 그 과정 중 탈북민들이 진정한 자유를 찾기 위해서 얼마나 힘든 과정을 겪어야 되는지 알게 되었고, 북한에서 온 아내를 통해 북한의 힘든 삶에 대해서 잘 이해하게 되었습니다. 우리 부부는 함께 탈북자를 돕고자 갈렙선교회를 설립하였고 지금까지 함께 동역해오고 있습니다. 탈북민들은 목숨을 걸고 국경을 건너도 중국은 탈북민을 난민으로 인정하지 않고 불법 월경자로 체포 시 북송을 원칙으로 하기에 탈북민에게는 자유의 땅도 아니며 특히 인신매매범들의 사냥감이 된 여성들은 강제 결혼, 성매매, 화상 채팅 등으로 원치 않는 삶의 시간들을 보내기도 합니다. 탈북민들은 3-4개의 국경을 넘기 위해서 밀림을 걷고 메콩강을 건너는 12,000km의 고단한 여정을 성공해야만 진정한 자유를 찾을 수 있습니다. 외부의 정보를 차단받고 살아가는 탈북민들에게는 갈렙선교회나 NGO의 도움이 없이는 그들은 아무것도 할 수 없습니다. 북한 주민들의 인권이 개선되기 위해서는 국제사회의 한 목소리가 필요합니다. 중국이 탈북민 루트의 주요한 루트에 있는 만큼 언젠가는 중국 정부도 인권 문제 해결의 중요성을 꼭 인식하기 바랍니다. 저는 탈북민을 돕다가 중국 감옥에도 가보았습니다. 탈북민 사역 중 밀림을 걷다가 떨어져 수술을 했습니다. 또한 여러 차례의 수술을 했습니다. 하지만 그 고통도 어느 것도 내 아이를 잃은 것과 비교할 수 없었습니다. 제 아들이 7살 되었을 때 제가 탈북 사역을 하는 동안 아이가 사고로 세상을 떠나게 됩니다. 나의 사역으로 지켜주지 못한 아이를 향한 마음과 아픔이 늘 짊어지고 살아가고 있습니다. 그 이후 우리 부부는 아이에게 주었던 그 사랑보다 더 큰 사랑으로 탈북민들을 섬기기로 결심했습니다. 그때부터 우리는 국가의 도움을 받지 못하고 거리에서 굶어 죽어가는 북한 고아들을 구출하는 데 더욱 집중했습니다. 구출한 아이들의 입양을 알아보았으나 국제법적으로 탈북민 아이들에게는 입양이 불가능하다는 사실을 알게 되었습니다. 그때부터 법을 바꾸기 위해 많은 노력을 했으나 결국 국제입양법은 아직까지 개선된 상황이 없습니다. 아직도 따뜻한 가정의 사랑을 기다리는 수많은 탈북 고아들이 있습니다. 갈렙선교회는 지난 23년 동안 이 사역의 기간에 육지로, 바다로, 하늘로 1000명 이상의 탈북민을 구출하는 데 도움을 주었으며 그들이 대한민국에서 자립하는 것을 도와주고 있습니다. 코로나가 시작된 후 중국의 강경한 코로나 정책으로 탈북민 구출은 그동안 불가능했습니다. 갈렙선교회는 현재 팬데믹 기간 동안 무너져버렸던 탈북민 구출 루트를 재정비했고 탈북민 구출의 재개를 앞두고 있습니다. 갈렙선교회에 연락해서 구조를 요청한 탈북민들이 200명 이상이며 긴급히 구조가 필요한 상황에 있는 탈북민들이 30명입니다. 하지만 탈북민 구출에 필요한 비용이 코로나 전에 비해 5배 이상 올라 2만 달러까지 예상되기도 합니다. 현실을 바라보면 상황은 암담합니다. 하지만 저는 제 삶을 통해서 기도와 관심과 애정의 도움의 실천이 어떻게 세상을 변화시키는지 경험했습니다. 여러분의 관심과 후원이 모여지면 지금 이 순간에도 북송의 두려움에서 떨며 물건처럼 팔려다니는 탈북민들에게 인간다운 삶을 찾아줄 수 있습니다. 지금 동참해 주십시오. 예수 그리스도의 참 자유가 이곳에 있는 모든 분들과 2,500만 북한 주민에게 함께하기를 기도하며 축복합니다. 감사합니다.
그리움과 뜨거운 경모의 정을 담아 위대한 김일성 동지와 김정일 동지께 가장 숭고한 경의와 새해 인사를 삼가드립니다.
There's a new and unconventional effort
to get information into North Korea
by sneaking information into the country on USB drives.
Human rights activists are now collecting old USB sticks,
urging people to donate their old flash drives by popping them in these slots.
Pack it with information, whether it's Wikipedia,
movies, TV shows, ebooks,
in a bid, obviously, to undermine the regime's lies and propaganda, which it feeds to its own people every single day.
To open up their eyes to the fact that there is a world outside what they've been led to believe.
And if you think about it, that is very dangerous for Kim Jong-un, because if people get a sense that the image of America that he has carefully painted for them is false, he could have huge problems.
김정일 동지께 그수를 위한 투쟁에 고귀한 생을 바친
이 USB에 희망의 정보를 넣어가지고 북한에 들여보내서 북한 주민들이 자유의 힘을 가질 수 있다는 생각을 저는 가지고 있습니다.
북한 내에 진실을 알리는 것이 중요할 뿐 아니라 북한 밖의 소식을 알리는 것도 중요합니다.
Of course, watching this information helped me to realize there was some humanity out there.
When we can educate and enlighten North Korean population with outside information, so that if North Korean people can have the ability to compare the North Korea with the rest of the world, then I think we can make a change inside North Korea.
Often people think changing the world is something grand, you gotta do so many things. But it can just simply starting by giving away flash drive you have. Because someone right now in North Korea can see outside information and dream of the world.
Please join us. Let's unite for the freedom of North Koreans.
As you just saw in the video, the Flash Drives for Freedom aims to empower North Koreans by providing them with unfiltered information about the outside world. We achieve this through partnerships with local organizations who have expertise on North Korea. And this program has also received multiple awards and recognition for its impact. So some of you might wonder how such a small USB stick can make a difference. Well, as a North Korean myself, I can personally attest to its power. I was born in North Korea, but I was lucky to escape when I was 23. I know that one USB stick loaded with external news contents, videos, and documentaries can be one of the most powerful tools to pressure the North Korean dictatorship to change. During my childhood in North Korea, government taught us North Korea was the socialist paradise, while describing South Korea as a place of oppression and starvation. However, when I first watched the contraband South Korean drama called Winter Sonata, I was in disbelief. The scenes in the movie depicted a vibrant cityscape filled with towering skyscrapers, bustling traffic, people enjoying coffee at cafes, and also endlessly glowing the city electric lights. And I saw even people who were using hot water in their houses. The drive, this drive can liberate one North Korean at a time from the indoctrination of the Kim regime and accelerate the process of bringing about much needed change in North Korean society. One flash drive at a time. So if you are interested in learning more about the program and getting involved, please visit our program website, Flash Drives for Freedom, or come visit a charity exhibit place in this building during this intermission. I'll be also there later, so please stop by there to say hello. All right, this marks the end of our first session. And we'll be having about a 30 minutes intermission. And please join us back here in the theater 1240. See you soon, everyone. Thank you so much.
Please return to your seats. The program is about to begin. It is going to be exciting, moving, and well worth your time. Don't miss it. If you are mid-conversation, please continue it at the next break, which will be generous.
Many of the things Vladimir Putin started to do when he came to power were about bringing things back to where they were in Soviet time. My generation is old enough just about to remember the Soviet period and to remember what things were like back then. To me, the most troubling, the most worrisome, the most catastrophic aspects of Putin's rule from its very beginning was this gradual but very determined dismantling of the political freedoms. Well, frankly, I felt as if I was losing my country, and that's how many people felt, democratic institutions in Russia, to the extent that today we're finding our country under a full-fledged authoritarian regime with hundreds of political prisoners, with opponents of the government who are threatened, harassed, imprisoned, or killed. I became involved in Russian politics at about exactly the same time when Putin came to power. So this was at the very end of 1999, when I began to work with Boris Nemtsov, who was the clearest, the loudest, the most powerful voice in opposition to the authoritarianism and the corruption of the Putin regime. And I'd worked with him, alongside him, for more than 15 years, from the late 90s and until that wretched evening when he was killed in Parliament. It's a point of principle for me to be continuing this work, because I think we could give no better present to the Putin regime than if we all just gave up and ran, and we're just not going to do that. I was subjected to 2 poisoning attacks, 2 murder attempts, both times in Moscow, both times using some kind of very sophisticated chemical toxin. The effect of it was to basically shut down all of my life organs. Within a space of a few hours, I went into a coma. These attacks, both of them, were directly connected with my line of work. They were retribution for my political activities in Russian opposition, more specifically, I think my work over the years on the Magnitsky legislation and the targeted sanctions in Western countries against Russian government officials complicit in corruption and human rights abuses. People, not just from Russia, but from anywhere in the world, who are complicit, obviously based on credible evidence, in grand corruption or gross human rights abuses in their home countries, will no longer be able to get visas to the West, own assets in the West, or use the financial and banking systems of the West. The brilliance of this principle is also that you are not targeting an entire country of 140 million people in case of Russia for the actions, of a few crooks and criminals in the Kremlin. You go after them personally. That's the brilliance. It's the principle of personal accountability. I think that one of the most important goals of my work is to make sure that Putin and his people don't usurp and monopolize, the right to speak on behalf of Russia to the entire world, as they have usurped and monopolized political power inside the country. And that people in democratic nations hear not just the voices of Putin, Lavrov, and these other Kremlin officials, but also the voices of Russian Democrats, of Russian civil society, of those people in Russia who have a very different vision for our country than those who are currently sitting in the Kremlin. We are no less Russian than Vladimir Putin. Probably the more important way in which we are trying to prepare for that future transition is to actually work with the generation that will be in charge of it. We believe there's nothing more important than to work and to help train and educate and support and empower them. As a historian, I know that if there's anything that modern Russian history teaches us is that major political changes in our country can happen suddenly and unexpectedly. We do not know when or how the Putin regime is going to leave power, but we do not know that it will, because nothing is forever. Russia is not just about Putin and the crooks and criminals around him. Russia is about so much more. It's so much bigger and frankly so much better than those people who are sitting in the Kremlin. Please stop saying Russia when you mean Putin. Please make a distinction. Please make a difference. Please don't equate a nation, a great and very culturally rich nation, with an authoritarian regime that misrules it. However strong a dictatorship, when enough people are willing to stand up, they succeed.
It is an honor and a privilege to be on this stage again. You know, one of the hardest things I've had to do over this past year, again and again and again, has been, well, this. Coming up on stage to make a speech in front of a huge audience after seeing my husband's face on the screen, after hearing the voice of my soulmate, my best friend, whom I have not been able to speak to since April 2022. I've come to realize over this past year that the pain of having someone you love torn away from you like that is almost physical. And time and again, in countless interviews, I've heard the same question: why? Why on earth would anyone in their right mind put themselves at such risk? Is it courage, stubbornness, or maybe recklessness that makes Vladimir refuse to back down and abandon his fight for a better future for our country, despite those 2 assassination attacks perpetrated by a team of FSB operatives in the service of the Russian state? What was it that made him go back to Russia to stand with those Russian citizens who yet again bravely faced the bloody regime of Vladimir Putin and opposed his war, his aggressive and unprovoked war against Ukraine? Well, I know the answer. Over the course of human history, it has been given by countless dissidents and freedom fighters all over the world, because the struggle for freedom is universal. I believe it was best put by great American statesman, Senator John McCain, who said that nothing in life is more liberating than fighting for a cause larger than yourself. Something that encompasses you, but is not defined by your existence alone. My husband's voice has always been strong and passionate. His rejection of everything the Putin regime represents has always been fierce and unequivocal.
And his stance is shared by thousands and thousands of Russian citizens who have been and continue being arbitrarily detained across the country for opposing the war in Ukraine. And for as long as I'm standing, regardless of how I feel being on a stage in front of a huge audience, I will not allow the Putin regime to silence these voices. I will not allow it to silence the voice of my husband. And I will continue carrying his words and sharing his vision with the world. My speech today followed Vladimir's voice that you heard from the screen, and it is with his words that I would like to finish. This is something that he wrote from Moscow's prison. Throughout this process, a very strange feeling has never left me. Judicial procedures, by their nature, must be somehow connected with the law. But everything that has happened to me has nothing to do with the law. If anything, what I have witnessed is precisely the opposite. The law, both Russian and international, prohibits the waging of aggressive war. But for more than 15 months, the man who calls himself the president of my country has been waging a brutal, unprovoked, aggressive war against a neighboring country, killing its citizens, bombing its cities, seizing its territories. The law, both Russian and international, prohibits attacks on civilians and civilian targets. But during the 15 months of Putin's aggression in Ukraine, tens of thousands of civilians have been killed and wounded, and thousands of hospitals, schools, and houses have been destroyed. The law, both Russian and international, prohibits propaganda for war. But war propaganda is all I hear from morning to night on the television that plays in my prison cell. Today in our country, it is not those who are waging this criminal war, but those who oppose it, who face judgment. Journalists who tell the truth. Artists who put up anti-war stickers. Priests who invoke the commandment, "Thou shalt not kill." Teachers who call a spade a spade. Parents whose children draw anti-war pictures. Lawmakers that allow themselves to doubt the appropriateness of children's competitions when children are being killed in the neighboring country. Or, as in my case, politicians who openly speak out against this war and against this regime. I received a sentence of 25 years for 5 public appearances. As the head of my guards in Moscow city court sarcastically joked, "Impressive work." All this has happened before in our country. In 1968, participants in a demonstration on Red Square against the invasion of Czechoslovakia were sentenced to camps and internal exile. And in 1980, academician Sakharov was exiled to the closed city of Gorky for speaking out against the war in Afghanistan. But it was only a few years later that a Russian president on a visit to Prague condemned that occupation and laid flowers at the memorial to its victims. And the highest legislative body of our country declared that the war in Afghanistan deserved moral and political condemnation. The same will happen with the current war in Ukraine. And it will happen much sooner than it may seem to those who unleashed it. That is because, in addition to legal laws, there are laws of history, and no one has yet been able to cancel them. And then the real criminals will be judged, including those whose arrest warrants have already been issued by the International Criminal Court. As you know, war crimes have no statute of limitations. I have some advice for all of those who organize my and other show trials against opponents of the war by trying to present opponents of the authorities as traitors to the motherland. For all of those who are so nostalgic for the Soviet system, remember how it ended. All systems based on lies and violence end the same way. Thank you very much.
April 19, 2016, Evan Mawarire launched the #ThisFlag movement, a civil boycott and protest against Zimbabwe's authoritarian regime.
You're watching this video because I've either been arrested or I've been abducted.
Evan Mawarire, leading the biggest protests against President Robert Mugabe in a decade, was arrested and charged with inciting public violence.
In authoritarian regimes, there is no separation of powers. For activists, a lack of judicial independence creates an environment where you could be arrested without a warrant. In fact, you could even be detained without being charged for a crime.
So HRF started its impact litigation program in 2016 to provide pro bono international legal representation to prisoners of conscience whose cases are really emblematic of the brutality of dictatorships. The individuals that HRF's legal team represents have been detained for exercising their most basic of human rights, and there is no justice for them in their home countries.
By the time the Human Rights Foundation picked up on my arrest and my detentions, I was facing 2 charges of treason, which meant 40 years in prison.
We pursue cases before a quasi-judicial mechanism within the United Nations system called the UN Working Group on Arbitrary Detention. The working group investigates individual cases and then issues opinions on whether a complainant's detention is in fact arbitrary. In many instances, they work to pressure authoritarian regimes to comply with international law so that those who abuse power can be held to account on a global stage. Unlike other mechanisms, which can take years to issue opinions, our complaints can actually be processed in a matter of months.
To get the news that the United Nations Working Group on Arbitrary Detention had chosen my case, they had heard my case, and that they had issued an opinion was nothing short of a miracle.
We're proud to say that every opinion we've received from the working group has been in our clients' favor. Because of the work done by HRF's impact litigation team, we've seen activists go from arbitrary detention in a dictatorship one year to sharing their story at the Oslo Freedom Forum the next. And there's just no greater privilege than to bear witness to that.
Suddenly, I went from not having a chance to having the opportunity to be heard.
Freedom is not what they take away from me as punishment, because it was never theirs to take in the first place. But that freedom is you, and freedom is me.
As you've just seen, Ivan's story is a testament to the power of international advocacy. And through Human Rights Foundation programs like impact litigation, we have the capacity to advocate for others like him. The tactics used in Zimbabwe against Ivan are mirrored throughout the world. Authoritarian regimes globally lack judicial independence, allowing them to carry out arbitrary detentions, disappearances, torture. Vladimir Kara-Murza is another of the many targets of such abuse. 4 years ago in Oslo, Vladimir joined me on stage and talked about the hundreds of political prisoners in his native Russia and how that number had grown over the past 50 years. He mentioned a quote, that a political prisoner's worst nightmare is to be forgotten. And he went on to say that their best hope is international solidarity. Now, as he's been handed a 25-year sentence, his words ring truer than ever. And for individuals like Vladimir, deprived of due process, HRF's legal team provides them with pro bono advocacy before the most important international semi-judicial bodies at the United Nations. This morning, along with our partners, we submitted an urgent appeal to the special procedures of the United Nations on Vladimir's behalf. We have not forgotten Vladimir, and we will not stop advocating for his release. We also have a special portrait of Vladimir in the Theater Plaza, which we invite you all to join in by painting, and this will also be available at our new venue tomorrow called SALT. And it's a really special tribute to Vladimir, so we hope that you won't miss it. So please, reach out with potential cases, help us to continue to grow our impact litigation program. Many of the individuals who strategize on our cases have actually met right here through the Oslo Freedom Forum. So we hope that you will join us in solidarity so that Vladimir and others like him can finally see the term political prisoner become a thing of the past. Thank you so much. The next talk will be interpreted from the Spanish language. Please raise your hand if you require a headset, and one will be brought to you in your seat.
Muy buenas tardes a todos. Esta es la bandera de mi país, Bolivia. Y este otro es la bandera, la huipala, de los pueblos indígenas de la región de donde vengo. Mi nombre es Toribia Lero Quispe, soy activista indígena por más de 30 años. Por la defensa de los derechos de los pueblos indígenas y también por los derechos humanos. Pertenezco a una organización que se llama Consejo Nacional de Ayllus y Marcas del Collasuyu, CONAMAC. Mi madre desde muy pequeña me impulsó para que yo sea algo en la vida. Me impulsó para ser profesional y de esa manera acompañar de la mejor manera posible en la lucha que lleva mi pueblo en la defensa de la tierra, el territorio y la dignidad. Para comprender la situación que vivimos ahora, los pueblos indígenas y el pueblo boliviano en su conjunto, quiero destacar dos puntos bien importantes. 1990, cuando los pueblos indígenas de la Amazonía de mi país marcharon más de 700 kilómetros hasta la sede de gobierno para exigirle al Estado el respeto a su dignidad, el respeto a sus territorios y el no exterminio. Este año fue muy importante porque de ahí en adelante el país, Bolivia, se visiona hacia una transformación total, un cambio estructural. La otra parte es que Bolivia vivía un espacio de democracia que nos permitió a los pueblos indígenas de mi país organizarnos y plantearnos nuevos proyectos de vida a nivel nacional. Y eso es la exigencia de una asamblea constituyente para escribir por primera vez un nuevo pacto social de convivencia plurinacional e intercultural. El 2002 organizamos nuevamente una marcha nacional, 40 días de caminata hasta la sede de gobierno para plantearle al Estado que es importante una asamblea constituyente. Y también socializamos al resto del pueblo boliviano para decirles la importancia que tiene vivir en un país plural, intercultural, con valores y principios de vida como es el vivir bien. El pueblo muy empoderado, muy fortalecido, embiste como el primer presidente indígena de Bolivia a Evo Morales Ayma, 2004. Transcurre hasta 2009. El 2009 logramos por primera vez ser parte de escribir la nueva constitución política del Estado plurinacional. Pero a la vez, muy tristemente, nos convertimos en las primeras víctimas de aquel llamado presidente indígena, porque no quería cumplir con los derechos, con los mandatos de la nueva Constitución. Por eso, en el 2011, organizamos una gran marcha nacional, más de 1000 hombres, mujeres, niños y niñas marchando de acuerdo a nuestras costumbres, de acuerdo a nuestra cultura, para exigirle que el gobierno de Evo Morales realice una consulta para construir una carretera que atravesaba por medio de una área protegida un parque nacional y territorio indígena llamado Tipnis. Pero la respuesta fue una intervención, una represión brutal, criminal, y desde aquel día nunca más fue lo mismo, porque los líderes que exigíamos el respeto a los derechos de los pueblos indígenas fuimos humillados, denigrados. Nos decían que recibíamos millones de dólares, millones de euros de la CIA, del imperio norteamericano, que éramos traidores del partido, y así nos acalló la voz. Destruyó nuestras dos importantes organizaciones nacionales, mi organización CONAMAC y la Organización de la Amazonía de Bolivia. Ya no teníamos posibilidad de decir nada. Y además, hasta ese momento, había ya tomado el control de todos los órganos de poder, de las principales instituciones como son la policía y el ejército. Nadie, ninguna persona podía trabajar si no estaba inscrito en el partido político. Y así nos negaban proyectos, acceso a beneficios, acceso al trabajo. El mundo estaba muy feliz aplaudiendo todo eso, porque así se invisibilizaba, se encubría esos actos de violencia, violaciones a derechos, y lo peor es que en 2014 un tercer mandato presidencial con el 60% de los votos. Pero algo pasó, porque para 2015 él mismo, en su afán de atornillarse, de quedarse para siempre en el poder, convoca a un referéndum nacional para un cuarto mandato presidencial. 21 de febrero de 2016, Bolivia le dice no, ya no te queremos como presidente. Pero él no hace caso a ese resultado. Con la fuerza de sus organizaciones, de su militancia, logra un fallo a su favor de que su reelección indefinida era un derecho humano. La oposición, la gente se moviliza y empieza a protestar y además a conformar plataformas ciudadanas que hacen un seguimiento riguroso hasta las elecciones de 2019, porque la democracia ya estaba en peligro total. No queríamos tener un país en dictadura, menos llegar a la desgracia de nuestros hermanos de Cuba, Venezuela y Nicaragua. Por eso se hizo ese control. Llegamos a 2019, es por primera vez que yo me convierto en candidata para diputada nacional en el bastión de Evo Morales, muy difícil de ingresar, imposible de ingresar a las comunidades y municipios para hacer campaña electoral. Aún así, el día de las elecciones estuvimos mirando el conteo rápido, se paraliza el conteo, la gente ya estaba observando, sale a las calles a denunciar un fraude electoral. Y ahí empieza la crisis política. porque Evo Morales no quería aceptar esa situación. La movilización le exige, le obliga a que pida a la Organización de Estados Americanos que se realice una auditoría. Pocos días después, la auditoría confirma de que evidentemente hubo fraude electoral. Todos discutíamos sobre el fraude electoral, pero les diré honestamente que fue desde el extranjero que llegó las voces: en Bolivia hubo golpe de Estado. Fue desde afuera lo que llegó eso. Nosotros discutíamos el fraude electoral. Avergonzado Evo Morales, su militancia, sus principales dirigentes le piden que renuncie. No ha sido la oposición. Él renuncia, presenta su carta de renuncia y huye a México. Pero Bolivia ya estaba enardecida, enfrentados entre hermanos, al borde de una guerra civil. Todos habían renunciado, los que tenían sucesión constitucional renunciaron y la silla presidencial vacía, abandonada el gobierno. En esas circunstancias asume de presidenta la señora Yanine Áñez, presidenta transitoria constitucional. Y en su afán de realizar una pacificación, el ejército provoca una masacre. Y la verdad duele mucho, porque murieron hermanos indígenas, hermanos empobrecidos de áreas rurales. Todo eso seguimos, se anulan las elecciones, llega 2020, nuevamente elecciones. Era más, yo digo, más triste y más peligroso realizar elecciones, porque nos querían matar. No podíamos realizar campaña. Yo digo que somos sobrevivientes de esa campaña, porque todo apuntaba a nuestro cuerpo, a nuestra familia, a nuestras casas. Los compañeros que eran candidatos igual que yo tuvieron que huir a Chile, Argentina, esconder a sus familias, pero aún así soportamos porque no queremos vivir en dictadura. Queremos vivir en libertad, con justicia, con valores y principios de vida, así como tenemos los pueblos indígenas. Pero ellos ya tenían un discurso: golpe de Estado, justicia por la masacre, y eso les llevó nuevamente a que Luis Arce Catacora sea el nuevo presidente. La crisis se agudiza porque Luis Arce Catacora lo primero que hace es venganza. Hasta ahora tenemos más de 250 presos políticos. Los primeros en ser encarcelados fueron aquellos que estuvieron en esas movilizaciones. Uno de ellos es Marco Pumari, un líder indígena de Potosí que fue candidato a la vicepresidencia, encarcelado, no por los delitos que se dice. Después viene Yanine Áñez. A ella sí le corresponde un juicio de responsabilidades como expresidenta, pero le inventaron un caso como ex senadora y está en la cárcel. Después vienen otros líderes indígenas, entre ellos César Apaza, que en estos días se debate entre la vida y la muerte porque no le permiten ni siquiera una asistencia sanitaria como él requiere. Meses después viene Luis Fernando Camacho, un líder de su región amazónica, democráticamente elegido como gobernador, es secuestrado, encarcelado por delitos que no existen en la legislación de mi país. Entonces, lo que hace el gobierno es encarcelar a los opositores, acallar nuestras voces, y nosotros, todos igual amenazados, no podemos ejercer nuestros derechos políticos, y eso he venido a denunciar a ustedes. Esos hechos de abuso de poder, autoritarismo y sobre todo el uso, la instrumentalización de los pueblos indígenas, porque más de 18 pueblos indígenas nos encontramos en peligro de extinción. El modelo económico extractivista basado en la extracción de recursos naturales ha flexibilizado normativas. Mis hermanos indígenas contaminados su sangre con mercurio, con cianuro, pero el gobierno no hace nada, no tiene voluntad de luchar o de hacer algo por los pueblos indígenas, pero bien hace creer al mundo de que son el gobierno indígena y el mundo lo aplaude, y de esa manera se encubre toda esa violencia que viven los pueblos indígenas en mi país. Yo quisiera y les pido a todos ustedes, como aliados de la democracia, la no dictadura, también sigan a Bolivia, ¿cómo estamos los pueblos indígenas si realmente tenemos un gobierno indígena que defiende, protege y garantiza la vida de los pueblos indígenas? Eso he venido a denunciar. Quiero que me ayuden a decir que viva la democracia, que viva la libertad, que viva la justicia para todos y para todas. Muchas gracias.
Thank you all. حرية، سلام، وعدالة، والثورة خيار الشعب. مدنية! Freedom, peace, justice. Revolution is the choice of the people. Civilian, civilian, civilian. This was the rallying cry that mobilized the Sudanese people's nonviolent, peaceful, persistent revolution starting in December 2018. 5 months later, Sudan's military dictator Omar al-Bashir, who was in power for 30 years, having been complicit in genocide, in all kinds of war crimes, 30 years of misery, 30 years of tyranny came to an end. The military that had his back, that he came from, had no choice but to get rid of him and to get rid of all the top leadership of the National Congress Party, which was the party backing him up from the civilian population. All corrupt, all cowardly, all heinous, just like the dictator. If you meet heinous attitudes with heinous attitudes, the world becomes a worse place. The most powerful tool we have as advocates of freedom and human rights is to always do our best, despite the challenges, to maintain our moral standing. The world was thrilled, maybe even shocked to some extent, at how the Sudanese people were able to mobilize and to stay persistent despite being shot at by the military, by the militia that has been part of the military, called the Rapid Support Forces, formerly known as the Janjaweed, who committed genocide in Darfur in the early 2000s, despite the people being shot at by police who were meant to protect them. They were all part of the system. But it came to an end in April 2019. Soon afterwards, backed by the revolution, by the slogans of the revolution, for the first time in a long time, we had a competent civilian government of technocrats, of qualified people with high standards of integrity. Within 2 years, they made so much progress that the military was really intimidated. And in October 2021, midnight, soon after, they arrest the entire civilian cabinet, including the prime minister, putting him under house arrest. Essentially, they kidnapped all of them. And the declared reason is to course correct the revolution, because, we want to help bring the revolution's demands to fruition, which is all nonsensical. What you're hearing now is not a war between civilians and civilians. It's a war between two generals who want to make civilian life miserable and who want to impose their will on the Sudanese people and who are fighting to rule to become the next dictator. It is not a civil war because the people are united, they remain peaceful, they remain persistent. And so always keep that in mind as you hear about the story in the news, that it is not a civil war. The people refuse to engage in fighting. They refuse to engage in violence because nonviolence with social media and technology and self-organization and self-governance has proven to be very effective after 30 years of tyranny. So I invite you to continue supporting the Sudanese revolution. It is connected to global issues. We're all in this together, and may we persist, and may we see حرية, سلام وعدالة وثورة خيار الشعب. Freedom, peace, justice, and revolution continues to be the choice of the people. Setbacks are part of life. They're not failures. They're just setbacks and nothing more. Thank you very much.
Hi. ازيكم. Hi. I'm not very comfortable with public speaking, so please bear with me. In prison, I was allowed one monthly visit, one family member for 20 minutes. That meant that my mom and sister had to take turns. A national security officer would sit between us. He would put his phone on the table and record our conversation. I was allowed to hug my visitor twice, when they arrived and right before they left. I had a routine for that special day. I would braid my hair, put makeup on, stuff I wouldn't do in freedom. I did my best to look well for my family because seeing them fueled me with enough joy to keep me going for the rest of the month until the next visit. There was one visit, that of September 2021. It was different. I entered the room and my sister Mona looked like a mess. Her hands were shaking. Something was wrong. She told me that Ale, my older brother, he had a court hearing, and as usual, family members were not allowed in, but the lawyers managed to see him, and he spoke about suicide. He told the judge, my life is unbearable, I can't take this any longer, transfer me from this facility or I will end my life. I was devastated, but not surprised. The truth is, I could see it coming. Let me sum up the past 9 years for my family. Ale is permanently in prison. Whenever he finishes a sentence, the regime just finds new charges to convict him with. I try to campaign for his release. They arrest me and throw me in prison. The people outside campaign for my release. I get released. I go back to campaigning. I get rearrested, and so on. In the meantime, the things that matter most in life, we were missing them. Ale's son was born while his father was in prison. We both lost our father while we were behind bars. And during those dark years, my brother was a source of strength and inspiration to us. But I knew that eventually we'd get to this point when he decided that this life is not a life worth living. I was proud of him that he'd endured all these years, and that what really got to him was not the physical torture, it was the deprivation of everything that made life bearable. Sunshine, sound, music, books, more than anything, really, books. I live like an animal, he said. My brain is stopping. The brain needs input. It can't keep running on empty. Thankfully, Ale is no longer in that mental place now. But I have to tell you, there is no happy ending to this tale. My brother remains in prison. My story is not one about success, strength, or freedom. It's a story of defeat, vulnerability, resilience, and the beauty of solidarity. It is the only story my generation, the Arab Spring generation, have left to tell. We dreamed of democracy, we came very close, and then we ended up with military coups and wars. My brother, apart from being a software developer, is a writer. Ale's words once landed in mainstream Egyptian newspapers, now under the rule of our current military dictator, Abdel Fattah al-Sisi. They survive in the margins in one of the remaining independent media outlets in Egypt, on scraps of paper smuggled out of jail, in the memories of those who have stood with him in a courtroom and heard him recite full essays to the judge because he had no pen and paper. Then came a glimpse of hope. Some amazing people, an anonymous collective, they decided to put together Ala's writings, translate it, put it together in an English book titled "You Have Not Yet Been Defeated." I heard about it in a letter while I was still in prison, and I cried. The warmth of solidarity breached my cell, and it reminded me that my small family is not alone in this fight. Someone out there cares. Someone has our backs. 20th of December, 2021, on my birthday, my brother was sentenced to another 5 years for sharing a Facebook post about a prisoner who died of torture. This most recent sentencing should presumably end in 2027. 3 days later, I was released. I knew I had to do things differently. I couldn't continue campaigning and advocating from inside Egypt. The price was too high for me and for the people helping us. So I started flying around the world with Alet's book, from London to DC, Paris, Brussels, Berlin, Geneva, knocking on the doors of every diplomat and politician I could reach. And through my family's story, I tried to tell the wider story about the situation in Egypt. Under Sisi, there's around 60,000 political prisoners like my brother, all trapped behind bars, watching their lives pass by. April last year, in parallel with my travels, my brother started a prolonged hunger strike. He would adapt his strike according to the responsiveness of the authorities. When they finally allowed him books, he allowed himself 200 calories of liquids a day. The peak was last November, during COP27, the UN climate conference hosted by Egypt. The regime were trying to use the conference to greenwash their crimes. They didn't want the story of political prisoners to ruin their PR stunt, so I decided to take a calculated risk and fly in and attend the conference. My brother decided to escalate by depriving himself from all food and water. In the conference halls, climate activists from all over the world chanted Ala's name, expressing solidarity with all those unjustly detained in Egypt. The powerful solidarity made world leaders pay attention to our plea to free Ale. Rishi Sunak, Olaf Scholz, Emmanuel Macron called for my brother's release. Meanwhile, Ale was battling death. His body collapsed, and the prison authorities had to put him on drips. And he woke up terrified of how close he came to the end. And he thought of us. He thought about a recent letter he got telling him that my sister Mona was pregnant. He could sense that something was shifting. His prison conditions were improving. He didn't know much about what was happening outside, but he knew in his heart that we must be fearlessly campaigning for him. And so he allowed himself some hope. And he started eating again. Today, Ale can feel the sun, listen to music, read books, watch football. And more importantly, he's been transferred away from his torture to a relatively better prison facility. Of course, he's still denied many of his rights. Consular access from the British embassy, he's denied consular access. We are dual nationals, but the Egyptian authorities will not acknowledge my brother's British citizenship, and the British government are allowing them to get away with it. We were still only able to see him once a month behind the glass barrier. And Ale's son, my nephew, he's on the spectrum. He has autism and he's nonverbal, so he can't communicate with his father through the prison's phone speakers. So Ale has not seen his son in years. But still, we've come a long way from Ale living like an animal and wanting to die to this place where he has a little bit of hope and is fighting to live. Ale today feels more connected to the outside world, and that connection was made possible thanks to solidarity. The other 60,000 need hope too, and the more you care, the freer they will become. So, how can you help? Stay aware, follow us on social media, check our website. But if you really want to help, then use your democratic rights to challenge the kind of relationships that exist between your government and ours, because the current state of those relationships are enforcing our oppressor. As Ale once said, fix your own democracy. This has always been my answer to the question, how can we help? A setback for human rights in a place where democracy has deep roots is certain to be used as an excuse for even worse violations in societies where rights are more fragile. We reach out to you not in search of powerful allies, but because we confront the same global problems and share universal values with a firm belief in the power of solidarity. After this forum, I will fly back to Cairo, and as usual, I will be stopped at passport control. They will tell me to wait for the security clearance. It could take hours or minutes of waiting and not knowing whether I'll end up in the comfort of my home or back in prison. But while waiting, I will be able to comfort myself, knowing that we're not alone in this. Someone out there cares, and if worse comes to worse, they will have my back. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
I have hope, because without hope it is impossible to live.
Václav Havel, the poet, the playwright, the dreamer, the revolutionary.
The Václav Havel Prize for Creative Dissent.
Because dissenting is the best verb to conjugate liberty.
This award is hope and a message to those voices that are out there that no one is speaking for them.
Dictatorship is not a political issue. It is a moral issue.
Governments and dictatorships are so scared of art.
They want to close my mouth because they choose the most peaceful tool to criticize them. I choose poetry, verses, words.
Theater has got power. We have got power to provoke emotions and start debate immediately.
So I would like to dedicate this award for the voiceless.
Even though we may be going through great darkness, it's up to us to realize that there is a light at the end of the tunnel. Václav Havel said, "Hope is not the conviction that things will turn out right, but the certainty that what we do without caring what the result will be."
And we together
can change our society.
Good morning to all. As someone who has come from the future, I feel a deep sense of connection and solidarity with artists and journalists like Pedro Molina. His cartoons show his creativity, exploring complex and serious issues through beautiful art. But more than that, as Václav Havel would put it, they show how Pedro has chosen to live in truth. Even though his cartoons infuriate Nicaragua's brutal dictator, Daniel Ortega, he has never refrained from speaking truth to power. Even after being forced to leave his country, he has never stopped reminding us of the cruel nature of not just Ortega, Maduro, Putin, or the Castros, but all tyrants around the world, as well as the importance of defending free expression to preserve democracy. It is an honor to be here to present the Václav Havel Prize for Artistic Dissent to exiled Nicaraguan cartoonist Pedro Javier Molina.
All right. As you can imagine, I am a visual guy, so I'm going to take a look at my notes, so I want to make sure that I don't left anything important out. Dear God, thanks. I want to dedicate this award to those who before me and next to me have taken the risk of being the voice of those who have been forced to silence. Because if we are here today, raising our voices for them, the censors, the murderers, the torturers who tried to silence them have failed. And let me say thanks to those who have ears to listen to these voices, especially to those who not only hear these voices, but also join them in the search of the liberties, rights, and justice that they ask for. Since I was little, I was attached to art in general. But as time went by, I realized that I especially gravitated towards that kind of art that, more than an aesthetic or technical proposal, proposed ideas, criticism, reflections, stories from their own creators or from the society that surround them. That is to say, art that transmitted, at least for me, more humanity. So, illustrating reality is one part of my job. The other is reflecting on it, and for that, nothing better than humor. Humor helps us cope with life, which is often too serious or too ridiculous to take seriously. It is especially useful to bring down to earth those who believe themselves to be gods and land them next to the people they exploit, so everybody can see them for what they really are, small, fearful creatures drawn with vanity. So people can realize that if we can laugh at them, we can also defeat them. I take this opportunity, of course, to continue denouncing the widespread repression that my country, Nicaragua, continues to suffer at the hands of the Ortega Murillo dictatorship, who have killed, kidnapped, tortured, exiled, confiscated, and even stripped of their nationality, not only opposition politicians, but also students, businessmen, journalists, human rights activists, and now even religious leaders who share the same plane of freedom and justice for our people. If the dictatorship knows no limits of age, race, ideology, belief, or social class, the response to these abuses must be just as widespread. Help us to be the voice of those who they have been trying to silence. Again, it's a great honor to receive the Václav Havel International Prize for Creative Dissent, sent to the selection committee for this recognition that commits me to continue using my work as a tool in the defense of human rights and the values of freedom and justice that this world, especially my dear Nicaragua, so urgently needs. ¡Viva Nicaragua Libre!
¡Viva! Pesado.
Gracias.
Que salimos por aquí.
Yeah. Whenever it comes to creative dissent, sometimes they give me the honor to present the prize. This is really unique. First of all, I have the honor to present the Havel Prize to Kakwenza Rukirabashaija. I was practicing this all night, so give me a round of applause. He helped me do this, yes. It is the first time that the Havel Prize goes to a novelist. Normally it goes to cartoonists and things of that kind, and a Ugandan. Remember, Uganda is this state which somehow West finds cool, but there is this lovely guy, Museveni, there, yes? Okay, so Kakwenza is a writer, the author, and a protest literature from Uganda. For all of the 35 years of his life, he lived under Museveni, who is, just to remind you, in power since 1986. He's an eager reader. He reads 60 books a year and read an Animal Farm at the age of 6, meaning when you start early, you really can do amazing stuff. He's a practitioner of something which is called the radical rudeness. I like this, sounds very opposite of political correctness. And that's an old activist tactic from anti-colonial struggle in Nicaragua. While cartoonists portray dictators as they really are, the novelists use words to unveil the atrocity of dictatorship and mobilize people. That didn't go unnoticed. Kakwenza paid the ultimate price. He was arrested several times and tortured severely, but like our other authors, that didn't stop him for writing peacefully. So let's give Kakwenza a big round of applause.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I stand before you today filled with deep gratitude and profound humility as I accept the tremendous honor bestowed upon me by the esteemed committee of Václav Havel International Prize for Creative Dissent. To be selected as one of the laureates for 2023 is an extraordinary recognition, one that humbles me and reaffirms my commitment to the pursuit of creative dissent. Creative dissent at its core is a powerful force that drives positive change, ignites the flames of justice, and inspires others to question, to imagine, to act. It is a reminder that the world is not confined to the way things are, but rather shaped by the audacity of those who dare to dream of a better tomorrow. It is not lost on me that this recognition is not solely a reflection of my own efforts, but a testament to the collective power of those who have fought alongside me, who have raised their voices alongside mine, and those who have dared to dissent in the face of a brutal terrorist regime in Uganda led by Yoweri Museveni and his son, General Kainerugaba. I accept this honor on behalf of all the brave individuals who have dedicated their lives to the pursuit of truth, justice, and human dignity. To the Human Rights Foundation, I extend my deepest gratitude for recognizing the importance of creative dissent and for acknowledging the impact it can have on our world. Your commitment to honoring those who challenge the norm and envision a better future is truly commendable. Lastly, I would like to express my heartfelt appreciation to my family, friends, mentors, represented by Konrad Hirsch, he's already here, and all those who have supported me on this journey. Your unwavering belief in my cause and your endless encouragement have propelled me forward, even in the face of adversity. This honor belongs to you as much as it does to me. As I accept this award, this prize, I am reminded that our work is not yet done. There are more injustices to be confronted, voices to be heard, and a better world to be built. Let us continue to stand together, united by our shared commitment to creative dissent, and work tirelessly to create a world that reflects the values of compassion, equality, and justice. We make the dictators uncomfortable through art, through literature. Thank you once again for this incredible honor. I am profoundly grateful, and I pledge to carry the torch of creative dissent, the torch of social protest literature, with unwavering determination, courage, and hope.
Oh, amazing.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Freddie Lim, the Taiwanese parliamentarian and the lead vocalist of the metal band Sonic. I'm honored to present the final Havel Prizes today. The next recipients are 4 Ukrainian artists who courageously use creativity to denounce Putin's invasion of Ukraine and expose the lies of Putin's regime. In the face of oppression and stifling silence, they have chosen to speak the unspoken, each through a different medium. Yuri Karpatenko was a renowned Ukrainian musician and principal conductor of the Kherson Regional Philharmonic. In October 2022, Russian troops assassinated Karpatenko in his home after he refused to conduct a concert under the rule of Russian invading forces. The Havel Prize will be presented posthumously to Karpatenko for his courageous stance against the Russian forces' attempts at art-washing their illegal occupation of Ukraine. Maria Loniuk is a Ukrainian digital artist. Since Putin's invasion of Ukraine, Loniuk has used her illustration to convey the devastation of cities and the ubiquity of suffering Ukrainian faces, but also the determination of the armed forces and tremendous resilience of ordinary people as they jointly defend their freedom. The Art Residency in Occupation is an exceptional project led by Yulia Manukian and was created by resident artists in a basement studio in Kherson during Russia's occupation. It highlights the destruction and death caused by the invasion and offers viewers an opportunity to understand the scope of the war. Finally, Stand Up for Ukraine is an experiential performance that uses music to unite people of different walks of life against a totalitarian regime. The project is a live performance by 22-year-old singer Elizaveta Izmalkova and a larger choral group of the folk song Chervona Kalina, a song that symbolizes Ukrainian resilience and love for freedom. We thank all these artists for showcasing the courage of the Ukrainian people to the whole world, even though Taiwan is on the other side of the planet. Facing similar threats from authoritarian regimes, we are deeply, deeply touched, inspired, and encouraged by their works. Please welcome Maria Yulia, and stand for Ukraine.
Hi, my name is Maria, and I want to say that I have never thought that I would illustrate war, but now as I feel it is necessary. Art can speak louder than words and describe things that cannot be described by words. Through pictures, we can experience emotions, feel pain and sadness, be inspired and supported. And when you feel that you are not alone on this, it is easier to live even in such dark times as now.
Юлія Данілевська, Лі Білецька, Олена Гнатюк, Олександр Жуковський, Артур Сумароков, and the person whose name I can't pronounce because this person still remains in the occupied territory. These are extremely brave artists who reflected on the horrible realities of the occupation and the atrocities in Ukraine. They are the part of the underground art residency in the occupation created by me. Of course, they knew perfectly well that their creativity was great danger to their lives. Still, the arts has always been the weapon, especially in wartime. Kherson, free but fiercely fired till now, became the symbol not only the strong civil resilience, but a powerful artistic resistance. And I'm very proud to share this prize with the conductor of the Kherson Orchestra, who was shot for his refusal not to collaborate with the occupiers. Kherson is Ukraine. Slava Ukraini!
Героям слава!
Yeah, art is a powerful tool which unites and inspires people at the darkest times. I use my voice as a call to action. They use their creativity to give a platform for people like me. You know, there are horrible things going on in my country. But free world stands up for Ukraine, and this is so powerful. We need it so much, and I am so thankful for each and every one of you, because we really need support, and please keep supporting our country, and we will win. Here you will see our video, and thank you.
Thank you. Stand for Ukraine.
Червона калина похилилася, чогось наша славна Україна зажурилася, а ми тую червону калину піднімемо, а ми нашу славну Україну, гей, гей, розвеселимо. Ой, у лузі червона калина похилилася, чогось наша славна Україна зажурилася, а ми тую червону калину піднімемо, а ми нашу славну Україну, гей, гей, розвеселимо. Ой, у лузі червона калина похилилася, чогось наша славна Україна зажурилася, а ми тую червону калину піднімемо, а ми нашу славну Україну, гей, гей, розвеселимо.
Well, we're about to have a slide where you will get the dates for the Oslo Freedom Forum in New York. If you happen to be nearby, it's a smaller event. The idea is to give a taste to people so that they can eventually make their way here to Oslo and have the full experience. Because as you have seen, my remarkable colleagues have created something that is a complete experience. It's not just some talks, it's interactions, it's VR, it's music, and we're about to have something very special around that. What you also have is the dates for the next few years. So I notice a couple of you are doing it, if you want, so that you don't have to get this email. Just take a photo right now, and Celine and I will pose for the photo right underneath it. So Celine started off as a lawyer at the Human Rights Foundation, and she essentially became so popular in the staff, and she was so effective and so good at her job that she just knocked me out of the president position, put me into CEO, and she's our president, and she does such a good job, and she's the...
He's still my boss.
Yes, I'm still her boss, but she is constantly telling what to do, and more importantly, where's the money? We need more, we need more. If you liked what you saw, we love getting requests and suggestions for how to make the conference better. And the most special way of sending those suggestions is on the back of a check or attached to, like, when you make a wire transfer. We'd love to hear a speaker from, we love great suggestions. That said, our policy team vets every speaker. We are very consistent in what we do. Ideologically speaking, we have one mission, and that's to oppose authoritarianism in all its forms, whether it's the dictatorship of Singapore, the one in Cuba, the one in China. There are no good dictatorships. There are no good dictators. And if you think otherwise, find me and we can have that discussion, because it's a good intellectual discussion. But now it's your turn.
Thank you. This is not the end. It's not the end of the programming, and it's not the end of the Oslo Freedom Forum. It will continue throughout the year and the years, as you saw here. I want to invite you to come back after lunch for an afternoon of panels and workshops. And tomorrow, we have a full day of interactive programming in a very special venue called SALT. It's going to look more like a festival, because we will have art, we will have music, we'll have lots of interesting panels and workshops, so do not miss tomorrow.
And it starts at 11, so you can handle the jet lag, because you're not going to be drinking too much this evening, hopefully.
Yes. So we'll see you tomorrow, and stay here.
No, we'll see you this afternoon.
For sure, but we'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah,
and
don't come to the theater tomorrow. SALT is a little bit hard to find, but it's not too far from the hotel. We'll be having buses from the hotels. And of course, if you are from Norway, you know where SALT is, because it's an institution. I think we're also going to have floating saunas.
Bring your swimsuit.
Yeah, we also will have some swimsuits. We bought a whole bunch of them. So we'll have floating saunas. We'll have, it's going to be a quite remarkable opportunity, and it's all going to be interactive. With that, it is my enormous pleasure to welcome a celebrated Scandinavian artist, Zara Larsson, who started singing. Let me tell you a little bit. She started singing when she was 10, and she had her first recorded release 10 years ago, so this is her 10th anniversary. She's only 23. She is a sensation in Scandinavia, and we are really, really delighted to have her here. So please welcome Zara Larsson.
Thank you.